Chapter 1222. As it turned out, Yi Shiwen was right. Sure enough, Yi Tianqiong looked at Yi Shiwen with a satisfied look in his eyes. Although Yi Shiwen said that he was not convinced, in fact, telling the truth was more appreciated by these big shots. Of course, the premise was that it could not be someone like Yi Qian who was biased against Yi Shiwen from the beginning. Yi Shiwen soon came to know that this Yi Qian was the father of Yi Xing's big shot. It wasn't difficult to find out. In fact, many people knew about the relationship between Yi Qian and Yi Xing. This kind of news and rumors had spread far and wide even before Yi Xing had returned to his family. Yi Qian didn't want to hide it. This kind of thing was relatively common among many big shots, so it wasn't strange at all. There was no doubt that Yi Qian would target Yi Shiwen like this because Yi Xing was eliminated by Yi Shiwen. This was almost without a doubt. Compared to the ambitious Yi Xing, Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong could be said to be unexpected guests who came out of nowhere. In fact, if there was no 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden pill, Yi Shiwen would not have such a strong desire to win. He would not be willing to give up until he won the championship. Of course, Yi Shiwen did not know that there was another very important reason in addition to him eliminating Yi Xing. It was the ownership of the 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden pill. Yi Qian did not know how much he had to pay to get the patriarch to agree to give the 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden pill as a reward. Originally, he planned to give it to Yi Xing. However, who knew that Yi Xing would be eliminated by Yi Shiwen? In other words, he suffered a double loss. He had paid a huge price to let Yi Xing obtain the benefits, but now it had completely fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. How could he not hate Yi Shiwen? Even a big shot like him had to think of a way to get the patriarch to agree to give the 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden pill as a reward. One could imagine how much he had paid in order to get the patriarch to agree to give the 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden pill as a reward. Now, all of it had gone to Yi Shiwen. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if he still liked Yi Shiwen. Very good. Yi Tianqiong was very satisfied with Yi Shiwen's answer. It was normal to have complaints. It would be strange if Yi Shiwen didn't have any complaints. In the future, the rewards and resources you will receive will not be reduced. Originally, I wanted to recruit you personally, but since you have already joined the Law Enforcement Hall, I will not say anything more. The Law Enforcement Hall is the law enforcement agency of our Yi family. Joining it will also give you a promising future. Thank you, Patriarch. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, everything was as he had imagined. If he was a nobody, then he might not even know how he died. However, after he had shown his talent, they didn't dare to look down on him anymore. In this world, only the strong could gain respect, no matter where they went. In the eyes of these people, although he wasn't considered a strong person yet, he was still a strong person in the future. In the future, he would be qualified to become one of them. This is your reward. At this time, Yi Tianqiong waved his hand, and a brilliance fell into Yi Shiwen's hand. It was a Qinkuan bag. Yi Shiwen immediately used his divine senses to explore it. It was filled with the rewards of this tournament's champion. It was extremely generous. In addition to 200 million spirit crystals, there were many kinds of standard grade elixirs, swords, spears, halberds, and various kinds of earth-grade martial instruments. Of course, the most important one among them was the 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden elixir. In the depths of the Qinkuan bag, a golden elixir was sealed and locked in it. The elixir exuded a torrent of medicinal energy, but it was blocked by the barrier to ensure that the medicinal efficacy would not be lost. The elixir exuded amazing spirituality, as if once the barrier was released, it would automatically gain spiritual wisdom and fly away. Yi Shiwen understood that this was a standard grade elixir. The 9 revolutions Tai-Xian golden elixir was finally in his hands. These rewards were quite generous. One must know that 200 million spirit crystals wasn't a small amount even at the peak of Yi Shiwen's wealth. However, 200 million spirit crystals was at least more than half of the wealth of other people. In fact, it might even be all of the wealth of some poor people. Not to mention, there were many different kinds of pills and magic tools. These were not common goods that could be bought outside. Many of them were only rewarded to the outstanding disciples of the Yi family and were not sold to the public. These rewards were generous, but Yi Shiwen only really cared about the 9 revolutions Taixien golden elixir. With the 9 revolutions Taixien golden elixir, today's hard work was worth it. After receiving the rewards, Yi Shiwen did not stay here for a long time. He left the cloud platform and returned to the courtyard of the Luoyia city branch in the guest city. There, Yi Junhai, Yi Zhenyan, Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiao were already waiting for him. Second brother, you are so amazing! As soon as Yi Shiwen entered the door, Yi Qiao flew up to him and did not treat him as an outsider. She looked at Yi Shiwen with little stars in her eyes. She did not expect Yi Shiwen to be able to do this. Even the son of God, Yi Shukong, was completely defeated by him. This could no longer be described as amazing. She had witnessed that battle with her own eyes. It was simply unimaginable. That kind of battle was not so much a battle between humans, but rather a battle between monsters. That was really beyond their imagination. It was not like a normal human at all. Yi Kai had a similar expression at this time. Anyone who had seen the battle between Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong with their own eyes would not be able to remain calm like this. Second brother, tell us quickly, what rewards did you get? Besides the 9 revolutions, Taixien golden elixir, what else did you get? Yi Qiao looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. Yi Shiwen smiled and took out a lot of medicinal pellets and instruments directly from the Qinkuan bag. Basically, all of them were divided into 3 parts and distributed to Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiao. When, these are all your hard work. It is not appropriate to give them. Yi Junhai frowned and said, It's okay. These are just worldly possessions for me. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, Although many of these medicinal pellets were relatively rare and many of them were even holy healing items, it did not matter to Yi Shiwen, who had the Phoenix regeneration technique. He did not need those celestial weapons. His physical body could easily destroy some low-grade Earth-level celestial weapons, unless it was the Tianyuan mirror or the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, which were extremely powerful Earth-level celestial weapons. They were dispensable to him. However, it was nothing for Yi Shiwen. For Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiao, there was no doubt that they had made a windfall, especially those Earth-level instruments. Among the rewards that Yi Shiwen received this time, there were many Earth-level instruments. Basically, all of them were above the advanced Earth level. There were even a few top-level Earth-level instruments. For many experts in the law manifestation realm, even a low-level Earth-level instrument was an extravagant hope, let alone the advanced and advanced Earth-level instruments. With these instruments, their combat effectiveness suddenly increased by a level. Yi Kai and Yi Qiao could even defeat the experts in the first level of the law manifestation realm with the help of the top-level Earth-level instruments. The instruments that were useless to Yi Shiwen were very useful in their hands. It could only be said that Yi Shiwen was too abnormal, not to mention those medicinal pills, which were naturally extremely beneficial for their future cultivation. Originally, these were only rewarded to the top geniuses. Now, because of Yi Shiwen, they could also enjoy them. Yi Junhai saw that Yi Shiwen's attitude was firm, so he no longer insisted. He believed that Yi Shiwen had his own rational judgment, but he was still very pleased in his heart. Second brother, if you can see when today, you should be satisfied. Yi Junhai looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of gratification. His outstanding posture made it seem as if he had seen Yi Junshan come back to life. With such a son, what more could he ask for? When, after the ancestral worship ceremony, "Let's go and worship your father together," said Yi Junhai. Yi Shiwen nodded. Finally, it was time to face this father that he had never seen before. At the tournament, the matter of Yi Shiwen winning the championship spread like a gust of wind throughout the entire Yi family overnight. All kinds of things about the entire tournament also became a topic that many people took pleasure in talking about. Especially Yi Xing, who was originally favored by many people, was easily surpassed by Yi Shiwen. There was also the matter of God's son, Yi Shukong. Although he was defeated by Yi Shiwen in the end, the title of God's son was already more resounding than Yi Shiwen. Although he was the champion, there were far less people discussing Yi Shiwen than Yi Shukong. In particular, the shocking battle between the two of them where they were forced to use their trump cards became a battle that everyone recalled. Whether it was Yi Shukong's activation of the god's descendant bloodline or Yi Shiwen's transformation into Star Beast, it was a rare battle for them. These two people, without a doubt, had great fortuitous encounters. In this aspect, even many Heaven-tier experts might not be able to compare to these two people, especially God's son, Yi Shukong. It was already a great opportunity for him to be able to awaken his bloodline. Was there any greater adventure than this? With this god's descendant bloodline, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. Cultivation would be as simple as eating and drinking. Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary person either. The fact that he was able to defeat the god's child, Yi Shukong, with a cultivation level lower than his, in itself showed that his fortuitous encounter was also top-notch. In particular, his tyrannical physique and extraordinary speed were talked about enthusiastically by many people. Many people wanted to investigate, but in the end, they did not know where to start. Yi Shiwen was too mysterious. Yi Shukong grew up in the Yi family, so it was easy to find out who he was. However, Yi Shiwen had always been outside. And just when everyone was talking about this, the outstanding young geniuses of the younger generation who had performed outstandingly in this tournament had also received the high-level training notice. And regarding Yi Shiwen's training notice, it was also quickly sent to the Luoyia City branch family. Chapter 1223. In the tournament, some people who performed well would be nurtured by the higher-ups. Of course, depending on the degree of talent they displayed, the nurturing they would receive would naturally be different. Originally, the champion of the tournament should receive the best nurturing and the most resources. However, due to the appearance of the son of God, Yi Shukong, he was able to enjoy the same treatment as Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about it. The treatment others received had nothing to do with him. After so many years, he had already gotten used to it. It was better to rely on himself than on others. In this regard, Yi Shiwen felt that the Yi clan had done a much better job than the Yiyuan sect and the true martial school. As long as one had enough talent, there would naturally be a lot of resources thrown at him. Therefore, the Yi clan was able to prosper for a long time. It wasn't without reason. In addition to some disciples who had a relatively high ranking, there were also those who had tyrannical strength but bad luck. These people would also be nurtured as key-seeded players. After all, the purpose of the tournament was to select geniuses. How could they just watch and not nurture geniuses? Indeed, some people might be lucky enough to occupy a higher position. However, most of the time, wasn't luck also a part of one's strength? One shouldn't underestimate the importance of luck in one's strength. Some people were born with great luck and would trip over spiritual treasures when they went out. Then they would accidentally subdue a spiritual beast after tripping. Such a heaven-defying thing had happened before in the ancient Barrens continent. These people didn't seem to be very strong. Sometimes they were even pitifully weak. However, there was no way to kill them. Moreover, any enemy would inexplicably encounter some problems. For example, they would go berserk on the spot, be stabbed to death by a sword, or suddenly be chased by a monster. This kind of nonsensical thing would often happen to these people's opponents. Therefore, something like luck might seem nonsensical and funny, but in fact it was very likely to happen. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate these people with heaven-defying luck. Otherwise, if they were to go against them, they might accidentally step into a pit, fall into a seal, or choke to death while drinking water. Because the opponent's luck was strong. Conversely, it was their own luck that was bad. After every competition, there would always be a group of people who stood out from the crowd and were then heavily nurtured by the family. This was also the reason why there were so many people signing up to participate in the tournament every time. Although their strength was far from enough, they were all gambling on their luck. In the past, there had been cases where, although their strength was not enough, they had relied on good luck to charge all the way to the top 10. Moreover, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he would still be able to get a lot of rewards if he could pass one more round. Therefore, many people chose to participate in the competition. Law Enforcement Hall's heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen had received a notice to go to the Law Enforcement Hall's heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen soon came to know what kind of place the Law Enforcement Hall's heavenly prison was. There was a place called the Heavenly Prison in the Yi clan. It was used to imprison all kinds of criminals of the Yi clan. Basically, it was a dangerous place in the eyes of outsiders. In addition, the Heavenly Prison was also a secret training place for the elite disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Generally speaking, only some elite disciples could enjoy such treatment. Yi Shiwen had now joined the Law Enforcement Hall. Naturally, the Law Enforcement Hall would personally take care of him if he wanted to be nurtured. It was not the turn of other institutions to intervene. However, it was not easy even for the elites of the Law Enforcement Hall to enter the heavenly prison to practice because it was not free of charge. One must have a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for the time to practice in the heavenly prison. However, it was said that 1 day of practice in the heavenly prison was equivalent to 10 days outside. One's cultivation would progress at lightning speed. It was said that Yi Jintian had personally given the order to allow Yi Shiwen to practice in the heavenly prison for a year because he had won the championship of this competition. Of course, as long as Yi Shiwen could continue to make enough contributions for the Law Enforcement Hall, then he could continue to practice in the heavenly prison. This heavenly prison was the common property of the entire Yi clan. Therefore, even the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, like Yi Jintian, couldn't casually allow anyone to practice in it. Before Yi Shiwen, Yi Shue had already entered into closed-door practice. It was said that she was practicing in the heavenly prison. Yi Shue had served the Law Enforcement Hall for many years. Coupled with her own talent, no one knew how many contribution points she had accumulated. At least, it was enough for her to practice in the heavenly prison for a long time. Yi Shiwen calculated it himself. If he were to include the contribution points he had accumulated through the Martial Essence Tower and the competition, it would be enough for him to practice in the heavenly prison for several years. He suddenly realized that it was actually very easy for him to accumulate these contribution points. The more talented one was, the easier it was to accumulate these contribution points. For ordinary people, they might need to accumulate contribution points for hundreds of years before they could accumulate enough contribution points to practice in the heavenly prison for a year. Of course, this was also because the contribution points were far more than that. They couldn't be like Yi Shiwen and use all of them to exchange for medicinal pellets and instruments. After all, there were only a few people like Yi Shiwen who were self-sufficient. It just so happens that you go to the heavenly prison to practice for a year. At that time, the ancestral worship ceremony will be over. You can come out of closed-door practice and go with us to pay respects to your father. When Yi Shiwen told Yi Junhai about this matter, Yi Junhai pondered for a while and said directly, "But big brother, the heavenly prison is known as the graveyard of geniuses. Even the existence known as geniuses in the outside world will suffer heavy casualties after entering." Yi Zhenyan said with concern. Yi Kai and Yi Qiao also didn't make a fuss. Obviously, they also knew the illustrious reputation of the heavenly prison. Although it was said that practicing in that place for a year was equivalent to practicing outside for 10 years, practicing in that place for a year could simply reduce one's lifespan by 10 years. It was still possible to survive. Many people who were known as geniuses became disabled in there, and there was no way for them to recover forever. It doesn't matter, third uncle. There is no place in this world that can't stop me. A man should accept hardships. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said he was the least afraid of this kind of hardships. Along the way, he had experienced all kinds of hardships and hardships. These were just trivial things for him. Well said. Wen-er grew up outside the family. He is not a flower in a greenhouse. How can those so-called geniuses be compared with Wen-er? I believe that Wen-er is absolutely fine. At this time, Yi Junhai nodded and said, after Yi Shiwen showed that he could defeat the Son of God, he was not so worried about Yi Shiwen anymore. In other words, he was not worried at all. Yi Shiwen could even defeat the Son of God. Obviously, Yi Shiwen's hidden strength was much deeper than theirs. Although it was distressing for such a child to grow up in the outside world, it was also more reassuring. In that case, I won't say much. You have to be careful in the heavenly prison. Yi Zhenyan did not say anything more. He was a person with a fiery temper. He was only worried about Yi Shiwen, the only son of his second brother. Otherwise, he would not have said anything more. Yi Shiwen nodded. The ancestral worship ceremony would last for about a year. There were many cumbersome procedures to be carried out. When Yi Shiwen came out of the heavenly prison, it would almost be over. At that time, Yi Shiwen could go to worship Yi Junshan again. These were all completely possible. However, Yi Shiwen did not intend to go directly to the heavenly prison. He had now entered the peak of the third level of the law manifestation realm. He was only one step away from entering the fourth level of the law manifestation realm. This was all thanks to the comprehension in Yi Shukong's sword. Now he was only one step away from the breakthrough. He had already made up his mind to go to the heavenly prison after the breakthrough. He had only heard about the heavenly prison. He was not clear about the specific situation. He could only choose to enhance his strength as much as possible. After making up his mind, Yi Shiwen immediately set up the array in the small courtyard of the branch family in Luya City and began to retreat. Second brother went to retreat again. It's really boring. Seeing that Yi Shiwen went to retreat again, Yi Qiao pouted and said while kicking the stones in the yard with her little feet, "That's why Brother Wen has such amazing strength. If you are willing to work harder in retreat, will you be stuck in the half-step law manifestation realm?" Yi Mao said with a straight face. In fact, whether it was Yi Kai or Yi Qiao, their talents were not bad, but their temperament was unstable. They were already hundreds of years old, but they were still like children. However, according to their lifespan of at least thousands of years, at this time they were indeed just children. However, they had to sigh in their hearts. If Yi Shiwen did not seize all the time to cultivate, how could he have this strength? He could even defeat the Son of God. Did this strength fall from the sky? 1 minute on the stage, 10 years of work off the stage. Everyone could only see the glory in front of others. How many could see his efforts behind the scenes? Yi Shiwen naturally did not know what was happening outside. At this time, apart from attaching a trace of spirit to the barrier to guard, he had devoted himself to cultivation. He had already entered the peak of the third level of the law manifestation realm. At this time, he was only a thin layer of window paper away from the fourth level of the law manifestation realm. He could break through at any time. He sat cross-legged on the bed. Countless bloodstones were dissolved into blood qi and then instilled into his body, causing his body to emit bursts of blood qi. Chapter 1224. The power of the stars in his body began to be mobilized, and a huge amount of spiritual yuan formed a storm around his body, spewing out from every pore on his body. If not for the formation concealing all the aura, many people would have been alarmed by this time. Under his mobilization, countless blood qi turned into spiritual yuan and began to crazily rush at the barrier of the 4th level of the transcendence realm. For an ordinary person, it would be very easy for them to make a breakthrough if they had the same level of cultivation as Yixuan. However, although Yixuan's cultivation was much thicker than that of an ordinary person, but at the same time each step was also much more difficult than that of an ordinary person. Every breakthrough was much more difficult than ordinary people's. In the depths of his divine sense, countless rays of light from the Mingxin ancient tree shrouded his sea of consciousness, allowing him to be in a state of enlightenment at any time and place. This was an advantage that ordinary people could not imagine. Even the Son of God couldn't enter the state of epiphany at any time and place like him. However, Yixuan could naturally enter the state of epiphany as long as he had enough Lingqi. For ordinary people, this wasn't as simple as a monstrous talent. In the process of him constantly breaking through the barrier of the 4th level of the transcendence realm, 10 days had finally passed. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and many people did not even feel the passage of time. During these 10 days, the discussion about Yixuan and the Son of God was still in progress. In particular, the various magical performances of the Son of God, Yixuan had already opened everyone's eyes. After that, he was personally taken in by the clan head and became the clan head's personal disciple. Later, he was personally taken away by the clan head to be groomed. With the clan head's level of daily affairs, now that he had taken Yixuan away to be groomed personally, one could imagine how important Yixuan was in the clan head's heart. If other geniuses could only be said to have a chance to enter the celestial realm in the future, then the Son of God would definitely be able to reach the clan head's level in the future, and even grow to become an expert even more tyrannical than the clan head. That was why the patriarch looked at him differently. In the eyes of the higher-ups, Yixuan certainly had a lot of potential, but there was obviously a big gap between him and the Son of God, Yisu Kong, who had awakened the bloodline of the gods. Although he was defeated by Yixuan, no one would underestimate him because of that. The contest between these Heaven's Pride experts wasn't just limited to 1 or 2 matches. On the contrary, they would compete for thousands of years in the future. A momentary victory or defeat didn't mean anything at all. In fact, many people believed that although Yixuan had defeated Yixukong now, he might have to crawl under Yixukong's feet in the future. But even so, Yixuan and Yixukong were still the focus of everyone's discussion, especially since these 2 people could not be regarded as cultivated by the family. Even Yixing, who was ranked 3rd, appeared as an illegitimate child. Many people began to reflect on whether there was really a problem with the entire family's cultivation system. None of the top 3 in this year's tournament had any obvious relationship with the family, which meant that Yixing could be considered to have been secretly cultivated by a big shot. On the other hand, the growth of Yixuan and Yixukong obviously had nothing to do with the entire family. Although Yixukong grew up in the family, his growth had little to do with the family. He was completely self-taught, and all kinds of martial arts were mostly self-created or came from the awakening of bloodline memories. And Yixuan had nothing to do with the Yi family at all. He purely grew up outside. They could grow to this level without relying on the family's resources. In addition to showing their outstanding talent, it also proved that the family's cultivation system was a failure. However, these had nothing to do with Yixuan, who was in closed-door training. He rarely really cared about the comments of the outside world. 10 days later, in the room, Yixuan suddenly opened his eyes, and then the spiritual energy in his body was like a flood that could not be stopped at all. It completely poured out, turning into a torrent that swept in all directions. The formation that was originally set up could not withstand the impact of this torrent and was instantly broken. This powerful aura instantly rushed up to the sky. Yi Junhai, Yi Jianyan, and the others who had been watching Yixuan's closed-door training also discovered this immediately. They were very pleased to see Yixuan constantly improving, and their hearts were also very satisfied. Soon, The aura that originally rushed up to the sky disappeared without a trace and was absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body. Finally, he was at the 4th level of the law manifestation realm. His combat power had also entered a whole new realm. He could even compete with the masters at the 7th level of the law manifestation realm. This wasn't just a simple matter, as his combat power had increased by 1 level. In the transcendence realm, before the 4th level of the transcendence realm, he could only be regarded as the early stage of the transcendence realm. Before the 7th level of the transcendence realm, he could only be regarded as the middle stage of the transcendence realm. Only by truly stepping into the 7th level of the transcendence realm could he be regarded as stepping into the late stage of the transcendence realm. Compared to the middle stage of the transcendence realm, it was a huge step. It was definitely not as simple as a little improvement. Instead, he had risen to a whole new level and was completely different from before. If it was the him from 10 days ago, he would definitely not be a match for the current him. In fact, he might not even be able to withstand a few moves before being completely defeated. This was a complete transformation of his strength. After breaking through to the 4th level of the law manifestation realm, Yi Shiwen did not continue closed-door training. As for consolidating the realm, he could do it in the law enforcement prison. Law enforcement prison. The tomb of the legendary genius. I'm coming. Yi Shiwen's eyes were bright. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Shiwen bid farewell to his first uncle, third uncle, and Yi Mao, and went to the law enforcement city. Although the law enforcement hall had branches in various places, the headquarters was in the law enforcement city. As the headquarters of the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement city was naturally the most important place. It could be said that there were many masters in it. There was a tyrannical aura in the sky all year round to deter opponents from acting rashly. Although it was just a city, it was the headquarters of the law enforcement hall. There were all kinds of spaces in it. Ordinary people couldn't see them at all. They could only enter and exit them by special methods. The law enforcement prison itself was a special space that didn't exist in the main plane. Only in this way was it the safest. Even if some people wanted to break into the prison, they couldn't find a place to enter. Moreover, there were many experts of the celestial realm in the law enforcement city. The law enforcement prison was a place where numerous felons of the Yi family were imprisoned, so it could be regarded as an impregnable fortress. At this time, the law enforcement city was very lively. Countless masters went in and out. As it was the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony, many masters in the law enforcement city had to rush to the Yi clan to be responsible for the safety of the Yi clan. The law enforcement hall and the dark hall worked together to suppress all unstable factors. The Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony was only held once every 100 years. If such an important day was disrupted, the Yi clan's face would be lost to the entire ancient Baron's continent. At this time, everyone in the Yi clan had to work together to maintain stability. The task of the law enforcement hall, which was in charge of the laws, was several times heavier than usual. Because the law enforcement hall was in charge of the laws on the surface, many trivial matters needed to be handled by the law enforcement hall. The dark hall, on the other hand, only appeared in the dark to clean up some unstable factors. They were responsible for a different direction. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was already a silver disciple. He did not need to care about those things. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. After Yi Shiwen arrived at the law enforcement city, someone was waiting for him at the side. He guided him to the law enforcement prison. It was an elder of the law enforcement hall. His aura was restrained and solemn. He only took a glance at Yi Shiwen. "You are Yi Shiwen?" Although Yi Shiwen had a great reputation now, it was normal for the old antiques who were in charge of the law enforcement city all year round to not know him. These people might not leave the law enforcement city for thousands of years. The rise of the younger generation was meaningless to them. They might have seen too much in their lifetime. They might even be one of them in the past. They didn't care about supervising the rising and falling of the clouds. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. "Follow me." The elder turned around and walked towards the depths of the law enforcement city. Many experts of the law enforcement city made way for him when they saw the elder. Follow me. Don't take a wrong step. The law enforcement prison is the most important place in the law enforcement city. There are traps and arrays at every step. If you take a wrong step, you might be killed by the arrays. No one can save you by then, said the elder faintly. Yi Shiwen nodded. He would not show off at this time. The law enforcement prison was located in the depths of the law enforcement city. The space gate was also arranged there. Compared to other places, the law enforcement prison was the most important place. Yi Shiwen saw a huge gate standing in the void from afar. It was empty and there was nothing. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this was the gate to the law enforcement prison. They had just entered the boundary of the law enforcement heavenly prison. They hadn't even reached the gate yet. Suddenly, they felt countless tyrannical gazes falling on them. However, they only glanced at them for a moment and quickly retracted their gazes. Rumble! There was a rumbling sound in front of them as the huge door slowly opened. A figure leapt out from within. It was a young man wearing a luxurious robe and a feathered crown. He had an arrogant expression and a sharp aura. It was obvious that he had just come out of the enforcer heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen walked slowly towards the gate under the guidance of the elder. When the three of them passed by, the young man suddenly said, "Wait a minute!" Chapter 1225. Wait a minute. The young man stopped Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen. The young man looked at Yi Shiwen and said in a slightly cold voice. The aura on his body was sharp, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Yi Shiwen asked with some doubts. "You are Yi Shiwen, right?" The young man looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "Yes." Yi Shiwen was slightly vigilant in his heart. This young man actually knew his name. It seemed that he was not an ordinary person. "I've heard people mention your name even in the heavenly law enforcement prison. You seem to be very famous recently. It just so happens that I came out of the heavenly law enforcement prison to find you. It's great that I've met you now." The young man had a bit of arrogance on his face. He looked a bit arrogant. "Looking for me?" Yi Shiwen revealed a somewhat puzzled look on his face, but in fact he was even more vigilant in his heart. This matter was not that simple no matter how he looked at it. "Yes, I am looking for you," the young man said faintly. The arrogant look on his face did not change at all. "My name is Yi Yuhan. I know that you have obtained the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill in this competition." The young man Yi Yuhan continued, "Don't you know you're in big trouble? This 9 revolving Taishian golden elixir is the key to entering Tian Yuan realm. From the moment you got it, many people have been plotting against you for it. This is the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill that was bestowed by the patriarch. Do you think they can snatch it by force?" Yi Shiwen replied and looked at the elder again. The elder was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to have no interest in these disputes. It was as if he did not hear the conversation between the 2 young warriors. Indeed, the 9 revolution Taishian gold elixir was personally rewarded by the family head. They wouldn't dare to snatch it unless they're tired of living. Although they can't snatch it openly, what can you do if they do it secretly? Can you not go out for the rest of your life? Any small move and you will die without a burial place. Yi Yuhan glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, although she knew about his prestige, but she didn't care about him at all. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. This was indeed a very realistic problem. They wouldn't dare to attack Yi Shiwen in the Yi family. However, it was hard to say if they were to leave the Yi family. In the Yi family, there were as many experts as there were clouds, and there were too many people. There were hundreds of millions of people, and when there were too many people, their hearts would naturally not be united. Some people might look at the big picture, but there were also people who were selfish. The attraction of the 9 revolution Taishian golden elixir was too great. In the ancient Barrens continent, the law manifestation realm and the celestial realm were like two extreme levels of life. The law manifestation realm experts were considered as the backbone experts in the ancient Barrens continent. Although they had a certain status, they were essentially insignificant figures. Only when they entered the celestial realm could they be considered as a big figure in the entire ancient Barrens continent. Only in the ancient Barrens continent could their words carry weight, and no one dared to ignore the opinion of a celestial realm expert. However, in the ancient Barrens continent, there were very few law manifestation realm experts who could enter the celestial realm. There might not even be 1 in 100 people, and this ratio might even be lower. Even those geniuses wouldn't think that they could definitely enter the celestial realm. Among the younger generation this time, only the Son of God, Yishukong, was believed to reach the celestial realm and the peak of the celestial realm. In the future, he would have the opportunity to stand side by side with legendary figures like the Yi family's patriarch. As for the others, although they had potential, if one of them could enter the celestial realm, it would be a waste of their family's nurturing. From this, it could be seen what kind of status the celestial realm had in the entire ancient Barrens continent. Because of this, it was easy to know how attractive the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir was to these people. No one could guarantee that they could enter the celestial realm. However, if they had the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir, then everything would be completely different. Although the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir might not be able to increase the success rate by 100%, no one who had taken the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir had ever failed. Therefore, the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir in Yi Shiwen's hands had also attracted a lot of attention. He was very clear about this. Even when he just left the Loyea City branch family, he felt many eyes on him. Some even openly and unscrupulously stared at him, as if they weren't afraid that Yi Shiwen would discover them. Or perhaps they thought that even if Yi Shiwen discovered them, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This kind of unscrupulousness made Yi Shiwen extremely angry. However, he knew that there were many unknown forces in the Yi family. Before he figured it out, he shouldn't be too high profile. If he was in the true martial school, if someone dared to spy on him so unscrupulously, he would have been completely wiped out by him. However, this person was obviously here for the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir. For the sake of the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir, he actually ran out of the law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen already vaguely knew what he meant. Yi Shiwen, I know about your deeds and you're a smart person. Now, many people are eyeing your 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir covetously. And as far as I know, there seem to be forces that aren't friendly enough to you in the entire upper echelons. So according to what I mean, it's actually very simple. As long as you hand over the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir, our Golden Jade Pavilion can guarantee that no one will dare to trouble you again. Our Golden Jade Pavilion is also very powerful in the upper echelons. If you choose to rely on us, even if there are troubles in the upper echelons, we can also settle these things for you. What do you think? Yi Yuhan looked at Yi Shiwen and said, there was a bit of frivolity in his application. Obviously, he didn't think that Yi Shiwen would refuse. Perhaps in his opinion, Yi Shiwen couldn't refuse at all. This condition was already very good for anyone. Of course, we will also compensate you. We won't let you suffer any losses. At that time, our Prince Jean will personally come forward to guide your cultivation. You will soon be able to enter the 4th heaven of the law manifestation realm, or even the 5th heaven. This is not a problem. If I can't protect the 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir, do you think your Golden Jade Pavilion can? Yi Shiwen finally heard this from his mouth. A disdainful smile flashed across his face. He was not completely ignorant about this Golden Jade Pavilion. In the Yi family, various organizations ran amok. In addition to the basic composition of the main family and the branch families, there were also the Law Enforcement Hall, the Dark Hall, and many other organizations. In addition to these formal organizations, there were many small groups. Some tyrannical disciples would form their own team, just like how Yi Shiwen formed the Qian, Yu Pavilion, in the beginning. With their own team, there would be a group of people who would serve them. The Golden Jade Pavilion was one of the very large, small groups. There were two leaders, known as Prince Jin and Prince Yu. When the two joined forces, they were the top existences even among the younger generation of the Yi family. In the younger generation of the Yi family, naturally, there would not only be Yi Shui and a few others. There were some who were older than them, but were still regarded as the top masters of the younger generation. They were all the top heaven's favorites of the past, but they had reached the upper limit of their age. Therefore, most of the time, they were transferred to the second line. However, this did not mean that they were not paid attention to. On the contrary, with improvement of their strength, their forces became more and more tyrannical. Some of them were even able to organize huge forces comparable to formal organizations. These were the real strength of the younger generation. As for the reason why Yi Shui and the others were so famous, it was because they disdained to compete for fame and fortune. They had also been so glorious in the past. In the future, Yi Shui and the others would also join these people. This was an inevitable rule. Therefore, Yi Yuhan simply did not put Yi Shiwen in his eyes. In his opinion, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, he was only a young master of this generation. He was several generations older than Yi Shiwen. In terms of strength and experience, he was far above Yi Shiwen. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen was just a guy who had returned from outside. Although he had asked Yi Shiwen for help, he still did not put him in his eyes. Of course. Yi Yuhan's face showed a bit of arrogance. You came back from the outside, so you probably don't understand the position of Golden Pavilion in the Yi clan. It can be said that, apart from the 5 hegemons, our Golden Pavilion can be ranked in the top 10 even among the many heavens chosen. Compared to us, the others are just second-rate forces. They must be tired of living if they dare to have ideas on our Golden Pavilion. Even among the higher-ups of our family, we have enough connections. We can come forward and settle those things for you that you can't settle. For us, these are just trivial matters. How about it? Have you thought about it? After you hand over the 9 revolutions, mysterious golden pill to us, there will be no trouble. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a somewhat sarcastic expression. Did they really think that he was scared? After he joined the law enforcement hall, he was listed as a key genius to be trained. Even Yi Jintian would always pay attention to his progress. Even Yi Jintian did not dare to say that he could settle the matters of the higher-ups for Yi Shiwen and persuade those people not to target Yi Shiwen anymore. He could only say that he would increase the protection of Yi Shiwen. Who did their Golden Pavilion think they were? They actually dared to boast that even the law enforcement hall could not settle the matter, or this was simply a gimmick. In fact, they did not intend to solve the problem for Yi Shiwen at all. They only wanted to cheat Yi Shiwen of the 9 revolutions, mysterious golden pill. Chapter 1226. Yi Shiwen had experienced all kinds of situations in his life. In this kind of matter, he could immediately see that this Golden Pavilion had no intention of solving the problem for him. Even if they had their own contacts among those big shots, could they dictate the actions of those big shots? This was simply impossible. They just wanted to cheat the 9 revolutions, Tai Xian, golden pill first. As for Yi Shiwen, perhaps in their eyes he was nothing at all. They wanted him to obediently hand over the 9 revolutions, Tai Xian, golden pill, with just a few words. Did they really think that he was scared and had no knowledge? I think you, Golden Pavilion, don't need to worry about this matter, Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. Whether it was the words of Golden Pavilion or various threats, they didn't care about it. Yi Yuhan was stunned for a moment because he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually refuse. Perhaps the past experience was too smooth. In the past, as long as the name of Golden Pavilion was mentioned, then it was simply successful. No one dared to refuse Golden Pavilion, and no one dared to refuse both Prince Jin and Prince Yu. This was something that had never happened before. Suddenly his face turned cold, and he looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "You have to think clearly if you refuse Golden Pavilion. Then not only will you not get our protection, on the contrary, you will also be included in the list of enemies of Golden Pavilion." Yi Shiwen's refusal made Yi Yuhan feel that his self-esteem was somewhat damaged. Suddenly, his complexion turned slightly ferocious. If he could, he wouldn't mind letting this arrogant brat know how much weight he had. "Our Golden Pavilion's 2 leaders, Prince Jean and Prince Yu, have already entered the peak of Law Manifestation Realm. If you go against them, you should know what the consequences are." Yi Yuhan continued to threaten. "You don't need to worry about this. I'm not scared. How is it possible to scare me?" Yi Shiwen sneered and didn't put his threat in his eyes at all. "You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you'll be fine after entering the law enforcement hall? There are many experts of our Golden Pavilion in the law enforcement hall. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it will be useless." Yi Yuhan threatened. The elder next to her had a calm and unperturbed look on his face. He simply didn't care about Yi Yuhan's threat. In other words, in his opinion, perhaps this was just a group of children fighting. It happened many times a day, so what was there to pay attention to? Then let them make a move. I'd like to see who dares to make a move against me. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "It seems that I have been too weak recently, so much so that even some Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to nag at me." "What? How dare you say that I'm a nobody?" Yi Yuhan's complexion suddenly turned gloomy. He boasted that he was a genius, and he didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes at all. However, the result was that he was despised by Yi Shiwen. How could he accept such a result? "Since you're so stubborn and refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I'll show you the gap between you and us. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yi Xing and the others. I don't even care about the current god's child, Yi Shukong." Yi Shukong suddenly roared and clenched his fist. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the spiritual energy around him. A terrifying power began to condense in his hand, and he fiercely punched towards Yi Shiwen. 10-direction destruction fist. This was another Yi family's ancient lost technique. One punch could destroy everything in all directions and reverse the universe. It was exceptionally terrifying. Under the pressure of his terrifying fist, there was suddenly an aura of destruction in the surroundings. There was an aura of eternal destruction everywhere. His strength had actually increased to the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. It was extremely tyrannical. No wonder he didn't care about Yi Shiwen and the others, because in his eyes Yi Shiwen and the others were only at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. They were nothing at all. Although the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm and the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm were only 1 level apart, in terms of strength, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many people couldn't enter the 7th level from the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm in their lifetime. Even if they might have a more glorious future in the future, at least for now, they were not enough to compete with him. This 10-direction destruction fist has actually been cultivated to this level. This Yi Yuhan is not bad. At this time, some divine senses appeared around them. The confrontation between Yi Shiwen and Yi Yuhan had attracted the attention of the masters passing by nearby. Yes, this 10-direction destruction fist is said to be a secret of the Yi family. I don't know how it was obtained by the people of the Golden Jade Pavilion. Now, only the higher-ups of the Golden Jade Pavilion can cultivate this terrifying technique. Yes, these small organizations like the Golden Jade Pavilion are really getting more and more powerful. They are gradually on the same level as our big organizations. Yes, Prince Jean and Prince, you are already at the peak of the Transcendence Realm. If they enter the Celestial Realm one day in the future, it will be even more incredible. No wonder they are plotting to obtain the 9 Revolutions Tai Xian Golden Elixir that the Master rewarded to Yi Shiwen. If it were me, I would also be tempted. Yes, I'm afraid Yi Shiwen is in trouble now. These young masters are indeed powerful, but unfortunately there is still a gap between them and these seniors. This 10-directional destruction fist instantly brought the surroundings into a scene of eternal destruction. It was an all-out attack. Although he didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes, but at that time he was well aware that even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. He went all out right from the start and didn't want to give Yi Shiwen any chance to fight back. The fist pressure instantly shrouded Yi Shiwen from top to bottom, completely blocking all the space around Yi Shiwen. In an instant, Yi Shiwen seemed to be completely shrouded by a crazy storm. There was a somewhat hideous smile on his face, as if he could see the scene of Yi Shiwen being blown up by the fist. It's just a small trick, Yi Shiwen shouted softly. He stretched out his hands and tore out countless golden lights. He directly slapped the 10-direction destruction fist that was like a storm. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The terrifying torrent of fist pressure was blocked by Yi Shiwen with his bare hands. Even his figure didn't move at all. He was like a god who had fallen into the mortal world, making people worship him. This is impossible. Yi Yuhan saw that his all-out attack was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. He couldn't pose any threat to Yi Shiwen at all. In fact, he had never seen anyone who could block all his attacks so easily. Don't you only have the combat power of the 6th level of the law phase realm? At this time he finally panicked a little. What's wrong with that? Do you think a dog like you is worthy to be compared with us? You've lived for thousands of years, but you've lived like a dog. Yi Shiwen sneered. You think you're worthy of Yi Shukong? He has only cultivated for more than 100 years. If he was your age, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Although Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong were opponents in the tournament, the relationship between the two did not deteriorate. There was even some appreciation for each other. Yi Shiwen was the first person to defeat Yi Shukong, and Yi Shukong was the only person who could force him to such a point recently. Perhaps for many people, thousands of years was still the most vigorous period of their youth. To be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the law phase realm was already extremely talented. Many people who were thousands of years old were only at this level of cultivation, but that did not include Yi Shiwen. Yi Yuhan's face suddenly turned red from Yi Shiwen's words. He had always been proud of himself as a genius and had never paid attention to those young geniuses. He didn't think they were powerful, but he was humiliated by Yi Shiwen today. Don't look down on me. Yi Yuhan finally flew into a rage and blasted his fist again. 10-directional destruction! He used the 10-directional destruction fist to the extreme. This fist technique that had accompanied him in battle and had always been successful finally showed its terrifying power. Even an expert at the 7th heaven of the Transcendence realm would have to temporarily avoid it, allowing him to take the lead. But unfortunately, he encountered Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was not a person who played by common sense at all. This was not only referring to his character, but also his strength. Yi Shiwen sneered, and once again toward the endless golden light. The power of the terrifying 10 directions destruction fist was torn apart by him in an instant, as if it was a piece of cloth. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. At this time, he finally realized the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. Although he was still in a rage, he was not a fool. He knew that the gap between him and Yi Shiwen was not as small as it seemed on the surface. In the past, he thought that he could easily suppress Yi Shiwen. It was simply a ridiculous idea. Are you done? It's my turn now. Yi Shiwen just sneered. He did not use any fancy moves. He didn't even use any fist technique. His pure physical strength directly bloomed with countless golden lights and fell on Yi Yuhan's body. Yi Shiwen's fist was fast and urgent. It instantly tore the vast sky and blasted on Yi Yuhan's body. Yi Yuhan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. There was no time to dodge at all. She was directly hit. Bang! Yi Yuhan's body was like a human-shaped cannonball. directly bouncing out and slamming into the barrier on the side. The barrier directly cracked, and then she rolled down from above. It was only one move, and Yi Yuhan was directly blown up by Yi Shiwen's fist. Chapter 1227. Countless people around sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those who knew the background of these two people. The result of the fight between the two was just as they had expected, but that was just the result. In everyone's view, the fight between Yi Shiwen and Yi Yuhan itself represented the fight between the old and the new generation of geniuses. Yi Yuhan was not considered outstanding among the geniuses back then, but after all, she had also entered the 7th level of Law Manifestation Realm, especially in the Law Enforcement Hall. She also had a small reputation and had made great contributions to the Law Enforcement Hall. Yi Shiwen was a peerless genius who had recently risen to prominence. Even the God's child, Yi Su Kong, had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. His name had become very famous recently. Even the experts who had been guarding near the law enforcement heavenly prison all year round had heard of his name. Even if everyone was not as optimistic about his future as the Son of God, even if he was not as good as the Son of God, Yi Su Kong, he was still a first-class genius. But that was also the future. It could be said that between the two of them, in the eyes of everyone, Yi Yuhan represented the present, and Yi Shiwen represented the future. Perhaps Yi Shiwen would completely defeat Yi Yuhan in the future, but definitely not now. If there was really a situation where one punch defeated Yi Shiwen, it should be Yi Yuhan who completely defeated Yi Shiwen. That would not be surprising at all. Moreover, according to the information they obtained, Yi Shiwen was at most the combat power of the 6th level of Law Manifestation Realm, while Yi Yuhan had just come out from the Law Enforcement Heavenly Prison, and her combat power had just entered the 7th level of Law Manifestation Realm. The two were not at the same level at all, but the real situation of the fight was completely contrary to what they had originally guessed. This Yi Shiwen is really fierce and invincible. Now I finally understand how the so-called invincible godson could be defeated by his hands. Such a character is simply an evildoer. An ordinary person can't deal with him. Yi Yuhan thought that Yi Shiwen was too young to be bullied, but she kicked an iron plate. She deserves it. This Yi Shiwen is invincible. Yeah, those people from the Golden Jade Pavilion are usually very arrogant, relying on the support of Prince Jean and Prince Yu. They even dare to look down on us deacons. They are really used to being arrogant and despotic. It's best that Yi Shiwen teaches them a lesson now. Our law enforcement hall is responsible for enforcing the laws of the entire Yi family. The most taboo is to be biased, but now those young geniuses are really getting bolder. They actually dare to extend their tentacles into our law enforcement hall and develop our law enforcement hall people as members of their organizations. It is really intolerable. I don't know what the hall master is thinking. If it were me, I would have completely eliminated these people. Hall Master also has his own difficulties. These geniuses have all kinds of means behind them, and there are many of their supporters at the top level. They are simply fearless. Moreover, our law enforcement hall is an independent existence in the entire Yi family. Those big shots have long been dissatisfied with us, and have long wanted to extend their hands into our law enforcement hall. However, they are afraid of the hall master, so they don't dare to make a move. Therefore, they support these geniuses to develop the elites and geniuses of our law enforcement hall into their people. When that time comes, even if we want to make a move against them, we have to be cautious. In the sky, all kinds of divine thoughts were rapidly intertwined. Many law enforcement hall experts were discussing this matter. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the elder who had been in a neutral state since the beginning. The elder had been in a neutral state since the beginning. He didn't help Yi Shiwen, nor did he stop Yi Yuhan. He was extremely indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything at all. Well, let's go. He didn't even look at Yi Yuhan. There was only indifference from the beginning to the end. This made Yi Shiwen feel a slight chill in his heart. If he was the one who fell here now, would this elder also stand by and watch with folded arms? He estimated in his heart that this situation was 100% likely to happen. Yi Yuhan fell on the ground and kept moaning. She looked at Yi Shiwen and said intermittently, "Yi Shiwen, our golden jade pavilion will definitely not let you go. Then come. I want to see what other tricks your golden jade pavilion has. I will kill as many scoundrels as you come." Yi Shiwen sneered and didn't care about this dog's barking. Yi Shiwen followed the elder and arrived at the gate of the law enforcement heavenly prison. For powerful figures appeared in the sky at this time, their auras faintly fused with the heaven and earth. Every move they made had great power. They were all Heaven Realm experts. Heaven Realm experts were highly respected in the ancient Barrens continent. With 4 Heaven Realm experts guarding the law enforcement heavenly prison. Other than proving that the Yi clan had many experts, it also proved the importance of the law enforcement heavenly prison to the Yi clan's law enforcement city. Yi Shiwen also discovered that these 4 Heaven Realm experts were only the guards on the surface. Not far away, there are many experts with extremely tyrannical aura, and their divine senses were faintly locked on. These auras were very thin, and ordinary people couldn't discover them at all. However, Yi Shiwen could discover them. Even Heaven Realm experts couldn't escape from his perception. After these 4 Heaven Realm experts confirmed Yi Shiwen's qualifications, they directly pinched the seals and countless laws converged in the sky. Rumble! In front of Yi Shiwen, a space gate slowly opened. Suddenly, countless resentful spirit aura jumped out and rushed toward him. Yi Shiwen frowned. Such a horrifying degree of resentful spirit aura could drive ordinary people crazy even if they stayed in it for a day. No wonder it was said that the law enforcement heavenly prison was the graveyard of geniuses. These resentful spirit auras were formed by the unwillingness of geniuses and felons who died in it. After countless years and countless people's embellishment, it slowly spread throughout the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. In order to survive inside, one had to be vigilant at all times in order to resist the invasion of the vengeful spirit chi. It was more than 10 times more dangerous than the outside world. Therefore, 1 year of cultivation inside was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation outside. It was not because, like many secret realms, the environment was very superior and the aura was abundant, even to the point of liquefaction. On the contrary, the environment in the law enforcement heavenly prison was extremely harsh. Even the most basic aura was very scarce. It was difficult to survive inside, which was simply unimaginable outside. You can only practice in the law enforcement heavenly prison for 1 year. You must come out within 1 year. If you exceed the time limit, your contribution points will be deducted. If you exceed the time limit and don't have enough contribution points to deduct, then someone will naturally go and capture you. Do you understand? Said the elder. Yi Shiwen, remember that you can only practice in the law enforcement heavenly prison for 1 year. Understood. Yi Shiwen nodded. In addition, I want to remind you that in this law enforcement heavenly prison, in addition to the many geniuses of our law enforcement hall as a training ground, there are many vicious felons. Even among them, there are Heaven Realm experts. Even I can't deal with some of them. However, they usually only stay in the most central area of the law enforcement heavenly prison. With your cultivation, it's best not to easily approach that area. Do you understand? The elder reminded. At this time, Yi Shiwen slightly felt that this elder had some human feelings and wasn't like a robot a moment ago. However, when he heard that there were actually law manifestation realm prisoners in this law enforcement heavenly prison, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be solemn. For the current Yi Shiwen, the existence of the heaven realm was undoubtedly an unparalleled existence, not to mention others. Even a master at the peak of the law manifestation realm could pose a fatal threat to him. At this time, the elder looked at Yi Shiwen with a hint of meaning and said, "You have to understand that you treat them as hunting targets, and conversely, you are also their most ideal hunting targets. Because in the law enforcement heavenly prison, the aura is thin and there are few spiritual minds. In order to survive, they will do anything. This place is known as the graveyard of geniuses. For generations, countless geniuses of our Yi clan have been buried here. Most of them were hunted by these vicious felons. I understand, but these are nothing. If these people dare to attack me, then it is really a dead end. Yi Shiwen didn't care, unless he encountered a heaven realm master. Otherwise, even if his strength was above him, he could easily escape with the demon wings. It was not a problem at all. However, he was not really so arrogant and didn't care. He was very clear that if the situation was really like what this elder said, then the aura would be a very scarce existence. Whether they wanted to cultivate or to survive, they needed a lot of aura. In a situation that couldn't be found in reality, even if he took the risk to kill these geniuses of the Yi Clan Law Enforcement Hall, there was no other way. Although each of these geniuses was overflowing with talent, each of them had their own life-saving means. They were cruel and merciless, and were not easy to deal with at all. Looking for them might lead to a dead end, but not looking for them would lead to a dead end. Moreover, these criminals would not be ordinary people. If they were really just ordinary people, they would have been eliminated by the law enforcement hall long ago. Only the powerful and vicious people would be imprisoned here to atone for their crimes. It was precisely because of this that neither side was easy to deal with. Therefore, the death rate of Yi Clan's geniuses was so high and finally formed a graveyard of geniuses. It is good that you have such confidence. Before those geniuses who died went in, they also felt that they were omnipotent like you. They didn't care about anything at all, but in the end they all died tragically in there. I hope you will not be one of them. The elder glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "And I understand." Yi Shiwen nodded, stepped out, and directly jumped into the gate of the law enforcement heavenly prison. Chapter 1228. After Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared, Yi Yuhan clutched his stomach that was hit by Yi Shiwen. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a resentful look. "Yi Shiwen, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it." Yi Yuhan growled in a low voice. He revealed a somewhat hideous look, like a wounded beast. His eyes looked like he was about to devour someone. "I must kill you. You will die without a burial place for offending our golden jade pavilion." He barely recovered a little. Because he was in the law enforcement city, Yi Shiwen didn't dare to be too harsh. He was only injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived at all. He sat cross-legged and quickly recovered. He pinched his hand and launched a few communication talismans. Some were sent to the outside of the law enforcement city, and some were sent to the law enforcement heavenly prison. "Yi Shiwen, I want you to kneel in front of me like a dog. What evildoer? What heaven's pride? I want you to lose all your pride." Yi Yuhan said sinisterly. He had never suffered such a loss since he was young, let alone in the hands of a younger generation. It was simply shameful, and at this time that elder walked past Yi Yuhan's side and just glanced at her indifferently, as if he hadn't seen anything. But similarly, he also didn't intend to go in and warn Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, both Yi Shiwen and Yi Yuhan were outstanding disciples of the law enforcement hall. It was best for them to cooperate with each other. Even if they didn't cooperate, they should try not to get involved. This was also the common practice of many neutral elders. These elites of the younger generation, although they were very young, each of them had great means, and they had some unclear relationships with the higher-ups. In any case, as long as they didn't provoke them, it was better to put their own safety before anything else. Moreover, the competition between these young experts was also a kind of competition. Law enforcement, heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen's first impression of the law enforcement, heavenly prison, was desolate. There were few such desolate places in the ancient Barrens continent because the spiritual energy in the ancient Barrens continent was far more abundant than in the true martial domain. Generally speaking, desert-like scenes would only appear when there was a lack of spiritual qi. The more abundant the spiritual qi, the more outstanding the place would be. There were very few places like this in the ancient Barrens continent. Yet he saw such a desolate scene in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Moreover, he could feel that the wind that blew over was dry and bitter. At the same time, it was mixed with a lot of resentment. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. How many people must have died in order to fill the entire space with resentment? This astonishing resentment filled the entire sky. Even if one were to stay here for a short period of time, they would be infected and become crazy, cruel, and murderous. The resentment of the dead was equivalent to the aggregation of the most negative energy in the world. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even for these martial artists, surviving in this kind of environment was a huge test of their spirit, especially the mental pressure. This kind of resentment was still tolerable to the physical body, but the mental attack had reached an unbearable level. This kind of mental pressure could easily cause them to have all kinds of fantasies and the like. In the end, they would become insane. The people who lived here were those who had committed the most heinous crimes, not to mention that they were originally cruel people. Even if they were not originally cruel people, they would still become like this after a long time. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. The environment had directly made them like this. It's so desolate. It's not easy to cultivate in such a place. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said, if one wanted to improve one's cultivation quickly, one was to use an extremely superior environment to improve, and the other was to use this kind of harsh environment to hone one's cultivation. The law enforcement, heavenly prison, was undoubtedly the latter. No one knew when it started, but it had changed from a place to a place for law enforcement halls, disciples to gain experience. Yi Shiwen looked around. The dry river was filled with all kinds of skeletons. Some were human skeletons, but there were also many skeletons of exotic beasts. No one knew how many years had passed. The flesh had long decayed, and only these skeletons were still there. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. Law enforcement, heavenly prison, here I come. His figure directly turned into a streamer, stepping on the light. The ruins of an ancient city passed under Yi Shiwen's body. With his current cultivation, even if he didn't rush with all his strength, he could still travel hundreds of miles in an instant. This law enforcement, heavenly prison, was a half-bit wall. It was boundless. It was unknown which generation of Yi clan's ancestor had captured it and firmly fixed it on the law enforcement city. Then it became the place where Yi clan imprisoned criminals. The space of this place had been strengthened many times. Even the most vicious celestial realm villains couldn't escape from here. If one wanted to leave from here, it was only possible when the time was right and they arrived at the location of the gate. In these ruins, there were some hidden dangerous auras. So, Yi Shiwen didn't enter it easily. Before he figured out the relationship between law enforcement, heavenly prison, he wouldn't choose to get involved easily. However, Yi Shiwen didn't descend, but it didn't mean that there was no surprise attack. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. A huge bone arrow broke through the air from the ground in an instant. It was fast and urgent, almost stabbing Yi Shiwen to death. Yi Shiwen moved sideways and escaped the surprise attack of this huge bone arrow. He stretched out his hand, tore out endless golden light, and directly grabbed this huge bone arrow. Bang! Yi Shiwen grabbed this bone arrow in his hand. This bone arrow in Yi Shiwen's hand had a huge inertia, and it was about to fly into the sky. However, only Yi Shiwen himself knew how terrifying the power of Tyrant Body was. This bone arrow had a huge power and inertia, but there was no way to escape from his hand. Yi Shiwen's arm swayed slightly, and this bone arrow was caught in his hand. But even so, Yi Shiwen was abnormally shocked. Although this bone arrow couldn't escape from his hand, it was only because he had Tyrant Body. If it was a warrior at the 3rd or 4th level of Law Manifestation Realm, There was no way to escape from this bone arrow. He would be killed on the spot, and his heart would be pierced directly. But before he could continue to think, there were suddenly many sounds of breaking through the air below. More than a dozen bone arrows directly blasted towards him with unparalleled momentum. From top to bottom, they completely sealed off the space around him, not giving him any space to escape. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to dodge again. He directly used the bone arrow in his hand to push away the bone arrows that were coming straight at him. Swoosh! 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 There was a shrill sound of breaking through the air in his ears. The few bone arrows directly streaked past him and continued to fly into the vast space. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally saw clearly that it was a kind of strange bone beast on the ground. This kind of bone beast had 4 claws on the ground, just like a fierce tiger, but its body was wrapped in thick bones, and on its back a huge bone spur appeared to be abnormally spitting out. But what was more special was that the bone spur on its back could actually shoot out continuously. Every bone spur could cause violent fluctuations and friction in the sky when it cut through the sky. After it shot out the bone spur, another bone spur grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the first time Yi Shiwen saw this kind of bone beast, but obviously the attack just now was made by this beast. This made Yi Shiwen a little puzzled, because in this law enforcement heavenly prison, there was very little spiritual energy. Forget about those humans, because they came in from the outside and they had cultivation. However, how did these native mutated beasts grow in the absence of spiritual energy? Compared to the demonic beasts in the ancient Barrens continent that could easily spit out spiritual energy cannons, were proficient in using spells, and were on the verge of becoming demons, the attacking methods of these mutated beasts were very unique. However, this was the only type of mutated beast that Yi Shiwen had seen so far. Yi Shiwen was a little curious. This was simply against the law of growth. Of course, not all living creatures needed spiritual energy. For example, the demonic beasts in the demon realm grew by absorbing demonic energy. The blood fiends in the blood realm grew by absorbing blood energy. But no matter what kind of living creature, if they wanted to grow, they must absorb the corresponding energy. This was an unchanging truth. In the absence of spiritual energy, these mutated beasts could actually grow to a level that could threaten the law manifestation realm masters. How could this not surprise him? Just like the humans on Earth in his previous life, they took the route of science and technology because there was no spiritual energy on Earth at all. How did these mutated beasts grow? Yi Shiwen directly dodged the surprise attack of a few bone arrows, and the blue veins on his hand suddenly bulged. He channeled the chi to his arm and suddenly shot out the bone arrow in his hand. The target was the tiger-shaped exotic beast. If the tiger-shaped exotic beast was fast and anxious just now, then the bone arrow shot out by Yi Shiwen had simply traversed through time and space, appearing on the body of the tiger-shaped exotic beast in an instant. The bone arrow instantly broke through the hard bone layer of the tiger-shaped exotic beast's body, directly nailing it to the ground on the spot with great inertia. Roar! The tiger-shaped, mutated beast kept roaring, but it couldn't break free at all. In just a short while it died. Chapter 1229. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds resounded. Each loud sound represented a strange beast with iron bones attached to its body being directly blown up by Yi Shiwen. For ordinary people, it was simply impossible to blow up these iron bones. It was very difficult to deal with them, but for Yi Shiwen, it was a very possible thing. His tyrant body was omnipotent and powerful. It had a terrifying physique that could compete with the Dragon Clan. No matter how strong these strange beasts were, it was impossible to compete with Yi Shiwen in this aspect. Every time Yi Shiwen blew up a strange beast, the flesh and blood on its body would turn into a cloud of mist and be absorbed by him completely. In a short while, this small group of dozens of strange beasts was completely slaughtered. Yi Shiwen then stopped. He had been in the law enforcement heavenly prison for a full month. The realm of the fourth level of the law, manifestation realm, had long been consolidated. Now he was rushing towards the peak of the fourth level of the law, manifestation realm. After a month, Yishuin finally figured out how these strange beasts cultivated without spiritual energy. In this small world, there were all kinds of strange beasts with iron bones all over their bodies. Their strength varied. The strong, strange beasts could absorb the essence in the flesh and blood of the weak, strange beasts by devouring their strength, so that their strength could continue to improve. Many demon beasts outside also did the same thing, but very few of them would constantly devour the blood essence, because in addition to satisfying their appetite, the energy contained in the blood essence was very little. Not everyone was like Yi Shiwen, who could use Tianyuan mirror to completely squeeze out the energy from the blood essence. Generally, they swallowed the Naiden directly. The Naiden was the essence of a demonic beast. More than 90% of the essence was concentrated in the Naiden. In addition, generally, they would not choose to devour a lot of flesh and blood, because even absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation was much faster than this. But it was different here. These strange beasts did not have Naiden. More than 90% of the body essence was concentrated in the flesh and blood, and it was particularly easy to absorb. In just a short month, Yi Shiwen had completely stabilized his realm, and then began to attack the peak of the fourth level of the law, manifestation realm. He realized that in this place where there was a lack of spirit chi, he had to use all the spirit crystals he had sparingly. In fact, he might even use up most of his spirit chi in one battle. Originally, he was not very worried about this kind of thing, because in any case with the Phoenix regeneration technique to protect his body, he could quickly restore the lost chi. However, there was no aura here, just relying on the chi produced by the body itself. The speed would naturally be much slower than usual. Yi Shiwen had finally figured out the situation of the law enforcement heavenly prison after more than a month. Although it was called a prison, it was almost no different from a small world in Yi Shiwen's opinion. The people here formed cities of various sizes. Over the years, it was unknown how many people had been imprisoned here. They were all extremely powerful and vicious people. Including the descendants of those who had not died, there were actually quite a lot of people in the Enforcer Heavenly Prison. Yi Shiwen also met some people along the way. However, without exception, all of them were exceptionally brave and ruthless. Many people simply didn't agree with each other and started to fight. Eventually, they would suffer heavy casualties. However, everyone didn't care about it. They looked as if it was a matter of course. Yi Shiwen knew that they had been invaded by resentment. They had been corroded for many years and had become like this. The powerful ones could still maintain their sanity, but the weaker ones had basically turned into lunatics. After killing these strange beasts, Yi Shiwen collected all the bones of these strange beasts. After Yi Shiwen returned and collected the bones of these strange beasts, he went to a nearby city. In the entire law enforcement heavenly prison box, there were some felons who hated the Yi family to the extreme, so they would not live with the people of the Yi family. Their city was basically an independent entity. If the people of the Yi family passed by, they would be captured and tortured and finally become slaves. But there were also some people who were willing to live peacefully with the people of the Yi family. These people formed a city as long as they were careful and strong enough. Even the people of the Yi family could enter. Of course, there were no rules and laws in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. The only rule that could be regarded as a rule was that the one with the bigger fist was the king. As long as one's strength was tyrannical enough, then there would naturally be no problem. This city couldn't be compared with the Yi family cities outside. In the Yi family cities outside, there were all kinds of arrays. If an ordinary person wanted to build it, it would be a dead end. Instead of saying that it was a city, it was better to say that it was a huge war fortress. However, in the law enforcement heavenly prison, that city was really a city. Even the spiritual energy was extremely scarce. It was impossible to have enough spiritual energy to support the activation of those arrays. When Yi Shiwen walked in, He immediately felt that countless malicious gazes were looking at him. It was as if they were looking at a fat sheep. Although the Yi family could also enter the city, it didn't mean that it was very safe here. Although it was a city that Yi family could enter, it didn't mean that it was safe here. On the contrary, the disciples of Yi family would be targeted by many people because everyone knew that these disciples of Yi family were extremely rich. Those who could accumulate enough contribution points to enter the law enforcement heavenly prison were well-known figures in Yi family. Their wealth was simply too rich for them. It wasn't strange for many people to target them and no one would come forward to stop them, because Yi family wouldn't do anything to these felons in the law enforcement heavenly prison because of the death of these disciples. Therefore, the only way for them to protect themselves was to have tyrannical strength. This Yi family's disciple looks unfamiliar. Could it be that he just came in from the outside? Yeah, the wealth of these Yi family's disciples who just came in from the outside hasn't been used yet. This is the time when they are the richest. TSK, I'm envious just by looking at them. Hee, I guess this person has no experience. He is at the 4th level of law manifestation realm, yet he dares to swagger by. Isn't he courting death? These Yi family's people are used to being arrogant. No one dares to do anything to them. His strength is not strong, but there are still many experts in the Yi family in the city. These people practice in the city all year round. It is very difficult to deal with them. Damn Yi family. It's not enough to catch me. They actually use me as a trial target for their disciples. It's really intolerable. The voices around fell into Yi Shiwen's ears. They felt that Yi Shiwen looked unfamiliar, so they thought that Yi Shiwen was a newcomer and a soft persimmon without too much strength. But they didn't know that Yi Shiwen had slaughtered those exotic beasts in the wild for more than a month. If they really knew, they probably wouldn't dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen so much. Those exotic beasts were in groups. They were the real natives of this world. As for humans like them, they were just latecomers. Once they were entangled, ordinary people couldn't bear it at all. Many people were waiting to be slaughtered when they encountered such a group of exotic beasts. However, Yi Shiwen had been slaughtering those strange beasts for more than a month. For ordinary people, group battles might be the most difficult, but for Yi Shiwen, it was nothing. Whether it was a single beast or a group, there wouldn't be much of a difference unless the number of beasts had reached a terrifying level. How could Yi Shiwen not know that these people had ill intentions towards him? He just sneered in his heart. If these guys dared to come, there was only one word for them: death. For these people who had committed the most heinous crimes, he had no mercy in his heart. These people should have died. None of them were innocent. The law enforcement heavenly prison was such a lawless and unreasonable place. Living here was not only the ubiquitous resentment that would invade one's mind at any time, but even this chaotic environment itself was a great pressure. Boy, hand over all your wealth. Otherwise, even if you are a member of the Yi clan, there is no way to protect you. When Yi Shiwen entered a remote alley, at this time, a fierce voice came from behind. Unknowingly, there are already dozens of ferocious-looking big men in the surroundings. At this time, all of them were coldly looking at Yi Shiwen, as if they were looking at a fat sheep. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a somewhat sinister smile. He was instantly surrounded, and there were even more people around him who were eager to have a go. These people didn't rush over just because they didn't rush at the first time. Once Yi Shiwen showed any signs of fatigue, they would immediately change from obedient people to thugs. You lowly prisoners, could it be that you're tired of living? How dare you attack a member of the Yi clan? At this time, a cold voice of an expert came from afar. Oh no, it's Yi Qianhe. Let's do it quickly. Otherwise, when he arrives, we will be doomed. Hearing this voice, many people revealed a somewhat frightened expression. These people were obviously very afraid of Yi Qianhe. Perhaps they had been beaten up by him in the past. At this time, someone said fiercely. Everyone nodded. How could they be willing to give up at this time? Most importantly, Yi Shiwen was only a warrior at the fourth heaven of the law manifestation realm. In their opinion, perhaps it would be a matter of a face-to-face encounter, and it would not affect their escape at all. Go, brothers! Tear this guy from the Yi clan to pieces! With a roar, the dozens of burly prisoners pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Facing these people, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest fear, but a somewhat disdainful expression appeared on his face. You are all here to die. Chapter 1230. You're all here to die. Yi Shiwen sneered disdainfully. Swoosh! He suddenly stomped his feet, and his figure instantly turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared. Swoosh! His figure suddenly appeared in front of a sinner. His face was cold, and his eyes were deep. He raised his hand, and a golden light flashed across his neck. Puchi! A flower of blood bloomed from his neck. The sinner's ferocious smile suddenly froze, and his eyes changed from ferocious to incredulity. He couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. Xiao Chen was just a fourth heaven of the Transcendence, realm warrior. Any random person here was more powerful and awesome than him. Why was it like this? Swoosh! Puchi! Puchi! Swoosh! 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 Every time Yi Shiwen disappeared and reappeared, it would be accompanied by death. He was like a god of death cast in gold. These people finally reacted, but it was obviously a little too late. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shiwen had completely slaughtered more than 20 people, and not even half of them were left. Everyone was stunned, especially those onlookers. At this time, they were a little dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Fast. They could only use fast to describe Yi Shiwen's speed. Those who dared to come to watch were all experts at the fourth or fifth level of the law manifestation realm and above. Each of them was not a small figure in this city. But in front of Yi Shiwen's speed, they were nothing at all. They couldn't even see Yi Shiwen's movements clearly. They could only see Yi Shiwen turning into a ball of golden light, and then in an instant a person died. Every time the golden light flashed, a person fell. In just a moment, more than 20 people all fell. One should know that these were not pig heads. Each of them was a fourth or fifth level of the law manifestation realm master, and they were used to doing this kind of thing. Ordinary people were not their opponents at all. Even if it was a newcomer from the Yi family, it would be a dead end if they encountered them. Golden god of death! This was the only word left in their minds. Golden god of death. Golden god of death. Those people finally realized what kind of monster they had provoked. One by one, they turned around and ran. They fled in all directions, wanting to disappear from Yi Shiwen's sight. Although these people hadn't discussed it, they had a tacit understanding. Everyone fled in the same direction. In this case, Yi Shiwen couldn't kill everyone. At this time, how could he care about others? As the saying goes, it's better for your friends to die than for me. You want to leave? Yi Shiwen flicked out countless golden lights from his fingertips. They streaked across the vast sky and went straight towards the backs of those people. Puchi! 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 Countless beams of golden light pierced through their bodies, taking away their life force. They fell from the sky and rolled on the ground. Such a ruthless method. He killed all of them. Someone saw this scene and was scared to death by Yi Shiwen. Although there were many experts from the Yi family who came in the past, those experts were simply flowers in a greenhouse. They were all piled up with countless resources and their own superb talents. In the face of these old and cunning people, sometimes they would even fall in their hands. But Yi Shiwen was different. His methods were so ruthless that it directly scared them. They didn't expect that someone could be so ruthless. Although they usually did things 100 times or even 1,000 times more ruthless than Yi Shiwen, that was when they imposed it on others. They had never felt this kind of fear when it could be imposed on them, under the domination of this emotion. Even if Yi Shiwen was only a little ruthless, they would see it as very ruthless. This Yi family newcomer is very unfamiliar. Is there such a monster in the outside world? They were obviously in the same realm, but they were easily slaughtered by this person. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Now it seems that they are simply a joke. They actually wanted to ambush this newcomer. The Yi family is really blessed by nature. They occupy so many resources, and they have an endless stream of geniuses. Even if we killed many of them, there are still more geniuses growing up. It's really hard to imagine. As long as the geniuses of the Yi family don't die out, we will never be able to stand out. In the future, we will turn into a cup of soil and be buried in this strange world, just like our ancestors. The group of villains discussed one after another. Yi Shiwen's complexion didn't change. He didn't care whether these people were dead or alive. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Then a tyrannical figure directly turned into a streamer of light and appeared in midair. Yi Shiwen looked and saw a handsome young expert dressed in luxurious clothes. His face was like jade, and he wore a purple gold crown on his head. Yi Qianhe. Yi Shiwen immediately determined that this person should be the Yi Qianhe they were talking about before. Yi Qianhe's strength was probably at the peak of the 7th level of the Transcendence realm. No wonder these people were so afraid of him. In a small city like this, his strength was enough to suppress all those who didn't want to submit. When Yi Qianhe arrived, he saw that the ground was full of corpses, and the Yi family disciples who were originally besieged were unharmed. He didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. His expression was extremely indifferent. When he saw Yi Shiwen, he smiled and said, "You are of the Yi family's bloodline." He didn't need to distinguish at all, because all the prisoners in the law enforcement heavenly prison would have a curse mark left on their bodies. They would never be able to get rid of it. Even if they were far away, he could feel it. Even their descendants would have this curse mark on their bodies. There was no way to get rid of it. And those who didn't have this curse mark were naturally the Yi family disciples. This was very easy to distinguish. Of course, there were many Yi family disciples who were imprisoned because they had committed crimes. They also had a curse mark, so there wouldn't be any accidents. There were too many Yi family disciples, so there was no need to pity them. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. "You are really amazing." Yi Qianhe nodded with satisfaction and said, "Although these are all trash and not worth mentioning, you're only at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. To be able to kill them in a few breaths, you are really amazing." "You flatter me," Yi Shiwen said. "Now there is such a powerful genius outside. This is good. Our Yi family has many geniuses, and our Yi family's development will be better." Yi Qianhe's face revealed a smile. Yi Shiwen could feel that he was sincerely happy for the Yi family's prosperity. This kind of happiness couldn't be deceived. In the Yi family, there were people like Yi Yuhan, but there were also people like Yi Qianhe who sincerely worked hard for the Yi family's development. "My name is Yi Qianhe, and I am currently the guardian of this city. What's your name? Are you a new genius? How come I have never heard of your name before?" Yi Qianhe said, "My name is Yi Shiwen. I used to wander outside and recently returned to the Yi family to recognize my ancestors." Yi Shiwen smiled and nodded. "So that's how it is. You have a bloodline that wandered outside. In that case, it must be very difficult for you to cultivate. You actually have such a cultivation. You are really amazing. You should be called a monster," Yi Qianhe said with a smile. "Let's go back to the Yi family station first. Don't pay attention to these people. They are all lowly sinners, and they should never reincarnate. If they dare to do anything to you in the future, just kill them all. Anyway, there are many people like this in the heavenly law enforcement prison. The family won't blame you. On the contrary, they will reward you with contribution points." Yi Qianhe knew that Yi Shiwen had just returned from outside, so he explained a bit more for fear that Yi Shiwen didn't know. When the sinners heard Yi Qianhe's words, their faces showed a bit of hatred, but they didn't dare to say anything. If they really annoyed the Yi family could easily slaughter the heavenly law enforcement prison. Even if they didn't consider the long-term threat of the Yi family, Yi Qianhe's guardian-level strength was not something they could afford to provoke. So that's how it is. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Yi Qianhe's words. These people were all sinners, and their deaths were not to be regretted. He had just come in, and these people had actually dared to do something to him. Yi Qianhe didn't need to say anything, and he wouldn't be nice to them. Can I ask? What is a guardian? I just came back from outside, so there are a lot of things I don't understand. Yi Shiwen asked. What are you looking at? Do you want to die if you haven't seen it? Yi Qianhe didn't rush to answer. Instead, he shouted at the surrounding sinners, and they quickly disappeared in front of the two, not daring to watch. These people are all vicious and evil people. You can't be nice to them, or they will take advantage of you. Some of the Yi family's disciples are too soft-hearted, and they have directly plotted against them and killed them. Then he looked at Yi Shiwen and said, This is a position in the heavenly law enforcement prison. Then he looked at Yi Shiwen and said, This is a position in the law enforcement heavenly prison. The place where these criminals gather has slowly formed a city. In order to keep an eye on these people, people like us have been arranged to come here and serve as guards. We can also earn contribution points by serving as guards. However, only the powerhouses of the younger generation can hold this position. At the same time, we can also practice in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Therefore, many people are fighting over this position, and the guard of this city is me. Chapter 1231. Yi Shiwen realized that this was the case. Originally, he thought that the Yi clan was in a free-range state in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The Yi clan was not in a free-range state in the law enforcement heavenly prison. However, Yi Shiwen thought about it. The law enforcement heavenly prison of the Yi clan imprisoned countless felons of the Yi clan. These felons were not only extremely vicious, but most importantly, they were very tyrannical. If these felons gathered together, it would become a huge crisis if there was not enough supervision. For example, if these felons gathered together to form a force, then it might cause a big impact on the Yi clan. This was absolutely not allowed. With these guards stationed in different cities, they would be able to prevent these things from happening to a large extent. They would also be able to understand the movements of these people, so they would not be completely unprepared. The guards of these cities were also the best among the younger generation of the Yi clan, especially the young elites of the law enforcement hall. This was an opportunity that they wanted very much. Not only could they openly practice in the law enforcement heavenly prison, but they could also earn contribution points. Where else could they find such a good opportunity? I see. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, Well, our law enforcement hall is in charge of the laws of our Yi clan. How can we let these vicious felons go? Yi Qianhe said, However, brother, you are so young. You have just returned from the outside world, but you have already obtained the opportunity to enter the law enforcement heavenly prison. You must have made a lot of contributions. Yi Qianhe said with a smile, No, I just won the championship of the competition. Therefore, the hall master specially allowed me to practice in there for a year. Yi Shiwen said, The championship of the competition? No wonder. Those who can win the championship of the competition in the past years are geniuses among geniuses. Ordinary people do not have this opportunity. Our law enforcement hall has not produced a genius who has won the championship of the competition for a long time. The hall master is also very angry about this. No wonder even the hall master allowed you to enter the law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Qianhe said, You are flattering me. Yi Shiwen said humbly. However, he did not say that his opponent in the finals was the Son of God. If he did so, it would be too high profile. Yi Shiwen did not mind being high profile, but he rarely took the initiative to do so. I will need Brother Qian he to take care of me in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, Yi Qian has said, well said, well said. Brother, I think your strength is not bad, but you still lack some experience. When the time comes, it will be very easy for you to soar into the sky. However, brother, it's better for you not to wander around alone. It's too dangerous. Although you're not weak, if you meet someone who's scheming, you'll be outnumbered. You should know this. These vicious criminals are willing to do anything for the sake of spiritual crystals. Yi Qianhe enthusiastically introduced them to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could see that Yi Qianhe was truly loyal and devoted to the Yi clan. He might be envious and jealous, but he would be happy as long as the Yi clan could prosper. Well, but I don't really know anyone, so I can only rely on myself most of the time. Yi Shiwen said, You see, I forgot that brother has just returned to the Yi clan. Yi Qianhe said with a smile. They had all grown up in the Yi clan, so many of their friends had already formed for many years. There was no need to filter them out. However, Yi Shiwen was different. Brother, if you're alone, it's best that you don't choose to go too deep. Those places that are too deep are occupied by some lawless and tyrannical people of the heaven tier. Even I don't dare to go too close. In those places, even the elders can't control them too much. They're really vicious people. The two of them had already arrived at the stronghold of the Yi clan's disciples, the guardian's residence. Compared to the desolate city, the Lingqi in this guardian's residence was very abundant. Yi Shiwen opened his magic eyes and immediately saw a small spring under the guardian's residence. It was constantly emitting Lingqi. Then it was locked by a matrix so that it wouldn't leak out. This ensured that the entire guardian's residence was full of Lingqi. One could practice inside without drying up. There were not many places like this in the entire city. The Yi clan's disciples could occupy such a place to establish the guardian's residence. This showed that the Yi clan's influence in the law enforcement heavenly prison was very great. There were no signs of human habitation in the surrounding area. As a result, the confrontation between the guardian's mansion and the other influences was immediately revealed. It also showed Yi clan's connections in the heavenly law enforcement prison. They were in danger almost all the time. Those extremely daring criminals even dared to ambush the Yi clan's law enforcement hall's disciples. However, it was precisely because of this harsh living environment that the law enforcement hall's disciples had made rapid progress in the law enforcement heavenly prison. People needed pressure to make rapid progress. This is my guardian's residence. Many of our Yi clan's disciples live here. There are not many places in the city with Lingqi. Yi Qianhe introduced. He didn't seem to regard Yi Shiwen as an outsider. He became even more enthusiastic after learning that Yi Shiwen had won the championship on behalf of the law enforcement hall. He wasn't fawning over him. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. This is rare. It's very rare to see such a scene in such a desolate place in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen said, Yes, but this is nothing. In fact, in the central area of the law enforcement heavenly prison, the celestial realm experts among the criminals used a great method to forcibly capture the spiritual veins. Then they locked them inside. This made the density of the Lingqi there almost no less than the outside. However, it also made other places more desolate. Otherwise, the law enforcement heavenly prison wouldn't be so desolate. Yi Qianhe explained. Yi Shiwen nodded. So that's how it was. The Lingqi in the law enforcement heavenly prison was very scarce. The spiritual veins were even rarer. The only remaining ones had been seized by the big shots, or the Yi clan. It was simply not their turn to occupy them. Therefore, for the sake of survival, and for the sake of snatching Lingqi, battles might break out. If it were in the outside world, no one would pick up the Lingqi if it fell on the ground. Apart from this, the only way to improve cultivation was to devour the flesh and blood of those strange beasts. The flesh and blood of these strange beasts were particularly easy to absorb. Although the progress of cultivation was very obvious, it was better than stagnating. Of course, this was not an obstacle for the disciples of the Yi clan, because these people often brought a large number of lingqi before they came in. Moreover, because of the time limit, they could not stay in the law enforcement heavenly prison for a long time, so there was no shortage of lingqi. This also gave the criminals another way to obtain lingqi, which was to ambush the disciples of the Yi clan. Even if they killed one, they could become rich overnight. Just as Yi Shiwen was about to step into the guardian mansion, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside. A young man jumped out. This person's cultivation was actually around the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm. The aura on his body was sharp and heavy, far more powerful than the average fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm experts outside. He was simply invincible among the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Of course, the premise was that he didn't encounter a monster like Yi Shiwen. Senior brother Qianhe. The young man saw Yi Qianhe and quickly said, "What's wrong?" Yi Qianhe asked. "Feng Yu, he." The young man's eyes turned red, and his voice was a little choked. "What the hell happened?" Yi Qianhe quickly asked. "Feng Yu is dead, and his head has been sent back." The young man said with red eyes, "Damn you, Yi Shao." Yi Qianhe was enraged. His anger seemed to be able to burn through the sky. He was furious. Yi Shao also sent a message that if we send someone to follow him next time, we should also send someone who is passable. Sending a piece of trash is underestimating him. The young man said with a choked voice. Obviously, he had a good relationship with Yi Fengyu. "Damn it!" Yi Qianhe shouted angrily. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist and suddenly punched to the side. The whole area of the air collapsed with a loud bang. The scene was extremely terrifying. "Brother Qianhe, what the hell is going on?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Phew." Yi Qianhe took a deep breath and slightly calmed down. Then he said, "Yi Shao was originally a disciple of the Yi clan, but he committed a serious crime outside. The elders of the Yi clan didn't sentence him to death, but just locked him up in the heavenly law enforcement prison. Who would have thought that this guy would become even more unscrupulous after being locked up in the heavenly law enforcement prison? He actually went around killing disciples of the Yi clan. I received news that he had fled to our territory, so I sent someone to investigate. Who would have thought that he would actually kill them? Bastard." The more Yi Qianhe said, the angrier he became. These disciples of the Yi clan had been isolated in the heavenly law enforcement prison, so they were even more united in this aspect. Many of them had formed a life-or-death friendship with each other. Now that he had seen Yi Fengyu killed, his anger suddenly burned. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Then he really deserves to die. His death is not to be regretted. These people really deserve to die. All of them were extremely daring. Call everyone. I will personally take action. Today, I must catch this bastard with my own hands. Such a person doesn't deserve to live in this world. I will kill him 1 slash at a time." Yi Qianhe said angrily. The anger in his eyes almost materialized. He had been completely infuriated by Yi Shao's behavior. Yi Qianhe looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "Brother, this Yi Shao is cunning and vicious. I don't know if you can lend me a hand." "Of course." Chapter 1232. Yi Shiwen soon got to know some of Yi Shao's situation. Yi Shao was originally an outstanding genius of the Yi clan. However, it was unknown what kind of crime he had committed. So he had been imprisoned in the law enforcement heavenly prison. However, Yi Shao didn't restrain himself after coming in. On the contrary, he went around killing geniuses of the Yi clan because only they had enough spirit crystals. Those who were originally in the heavenly law enforcement prison didn't have any spirit crystals. They were of no use to him at all. It was pointless to kill more of them. He had only been here for a dozen years, but many of the geniuses of the Yi clan had fallen at his hands. His cultivation base had also been constantly exploding in the midst of this slaughter. Now he had even fled to the vicinity. Yi Qianhe originally planned to send someone to stop him first. Then he would wait for an opportunity to capture and kill him. Yi Xiao was only sentenced to be imprisoned in the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison. However, he had slaughtered the disciples of the Yi clan. This was a capital crime. Anyone could choose to capture him and kill him. However, Yi Qianhe didn't expect that the person he sent would be discovered and killed by him. Now, Yi Xiao had robbed him of all his belongings and sent his head back. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation to Yi Qianhe. Yi Shiwen slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This Yi Xiao was very interesting. He dared to provoke an outstanding genius of the Yi clan, like Yi Qianhe in this place. Although he didn't dare to rush into the city, it didn't make any difference to Yi Qianhe. It just so happened that he wanted to exterminate this evil guy. He could also get contribution points from the clan. So why not? I will personally kill him when the time comes. You guys help me. Yi Qianhe said to everyone after everyone had arrived. Yes. Everyone nodded. They clearly knew of Yi Xiao's brutality. In terms of strength, Yi Fengyu was already considered very powerful among them. Basically, other than the guardian Yi Qianhe, there were not many people who could firmly suppress him. There were only 2 or 3 of them. Even he died tragically in the end, and even his head was sent back. It could be seen that Yi Xiao's strength was tyrannical. Most importantly, his methods were cruel, and he was unscrupulous. Well, then let's go. Yi Qianhe nodded. After we catch and kill this beast, we will all have a lot of clan contribution points, which will allow us to cultivate here for a longer period of time. Yi Qianhe did not say anything else after he finished speaking. He led the group of Yi clan disciples out of the city. The collective movement of the Yi family disciples quickly attracted the attention of all the major forces in the city. As the nominal ruler of this city, the Yi family's deterrence was still very great. Every move of the Yi family was a wind vane for them. Why did the Yi clan run out with such great fanfare? I just received news that the traitor of the Yi family, Yi Xiao, has appeared here. That Yi Fengyu was ordered to monitor him, but in the end he even lost his life. I heard that it angered Yi Qianhe. Ever since Yi Qianhe took charge of the city, it can be said that he has used thunderous methods. Many people with bad intentions have fallen into his hands. This is great. He is going to fight with that Yi Xiao. I heard that Yi Xiao is not someone who is easy to deal with. Otherwise, he would not be able to make so many names in a row. This is a dog-eat-dog fight within the Yi family. There is no need to pay attention to it. Many people didn't care about what the Yi clan was doing. Although the Yi clan ruled the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison with iron and blood, in fact, they didn't care about everything. As long as it didn't involve the Yi clan, they wouldn't easily intervene. If someone hunted the Yi clan's disciples, then they would suffer the full retaliation of the Yi clan. On the contrary, if they just killed each other, then no one would care about them. In the eyes of the Yi clan, it was natural for the Yi clan disciples to hunt them down. For some people, it was not necessary to hunt down the Yi clan disciples to obtain spirit crystals and spirit stones. They could choose to hunt down those who killed the Yi clan disciples. In this way, they could obtain spirit crystals and would not be retaliated by the Yi clan. However, there were also some people who hated the Yi clan. After seeing the Yi clan's large forces moving out, their eyes flashed with the light of conspiracy, as if they were planning something. Yi Shiwen followed Yi Qianhe and the others all the way out of the city. They rushed towards the place where Yi Fengyu had died, tragically. They had a special way to confirm where Yi Fengyu had died, and then continued to look for other clues to determine Yi Xiao's location. Originally, many people had some doubts about why Yi Qianhe wanted to bring Yi Shiwen along. In the entire Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison, a mere fourth sky of the law manifestation realm might just be able to protect themselves, and they were lucky enough not to encounter 2 powerful experts. There was no use in bringing him along. He might even become a huge burden at a critical moment. But then they discovered that although Yi Shiwen's realm wasn't high, his speed was actually very fast. No matter how much they accelerated, Yi Shiwen could easily keep up with them. At this time, they felt much more comfortable. They would also choose to respect people with great strength. At this time, Yi Qianhe said, "Now you know how powerful Yi Shiwen is. Don't underestimate his realm. Although he is only at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm, he is the champion of the competition in the outside world. He represented the law enforcement hall and won the championship. Even the hall master thinks highly of him. Do you understand now?" Everyone was slightly stunned. They hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen's background would turn out to be so extraordinary. They had been staying in the Yi clan's law enforcement heavenly prison all year round. However, they weren't completely ignorant of the outside world. In fact, they were very clear about the competition of the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony. They had also participated in such competitions in the past, and they had also obtained some rankings. Therefore, they were very clear about the importance of such competitions, especially to be able to become the champion. This was a person with a boundless future that they did not dare to imagine. If Yi Qianhe had said this before, then perhaps they would have thought that the value of the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony had been reduced to this extent. A warrior at the 4th sky of the law manifestation realm could actually become the champion. This difference was too great. But just now, Yi Shiwen had displayed his extraordinary speed. Although he did not show anything else, it was enough to let them all understand that Yi Shiwen was not simple. He had not displayed all his strength, but it was clearly far from the 4th sky of the law manifestation realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the champion. They did not know that among the competitors this time, there was actually a legendary figure like the Son of God. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. They did not speak along the way. Soon, they arrived at the place outside the city where Yi Fengyu was killed. There was still blood there. Yi Fengyu's headless body had been eaten by the local exotic beasts. Not even the bones were left. Only some scraps were left, which allowed people to distinguish that there had been a corpse here. "Damn it," Yi Qianhe said angrily with tears in his eyes. "Yi Shao, you damned beast. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces." "Ha ha! Yi Qianhe, there is no need for you to chase me to the ends of the earth. I will give you the chance now." At this time, an insolent laughter came from the void. Then a terrifying giant palm slammed down from the void, wanting to slap more than a dozen people to death. Boom! Everyone moved out of the way. That large hand left behind an enormous crater on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Its power was terrifying beyond imagination. "Who is it?" Yi Qianhe shouted. A pair of tiger eyes swept around as if to see through the void. At this moment, a silhouette appeared in the air. It was a young man dressed in a black robe. His face was pale to the point that he looked sickly. His eyes were grayish-black, and he looked extremely strange. At this moment, he looked at the crowd with an evil gaze. It was extremely strange. "Yi Shao." Yi Qianhe revealed the identity of this person. Yi Qianhe. Speaking of which, I should call you Senior." Yi Shao said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you have come to kill me. You disappoint me. Don't you know what you have done? Everyone has the right to punish you." Yi Qianhe said with a straight face, "Now, you have the nerve to call yourself my junior. I don't know why those people didn't sentence you to death. But you have fallen into my hands today, so only death awaits you." Yi Shiwen looked around. Yi Shiwen looked around. This Yi Shao actually dared to stay at the scene of the crime. His courage was not ordinary. No wonder Yi Qianhe had described this guy as extremely daring. He must have done something earth-shattering in the past. "You are very courageous," Yi Qianhe said coldly. "You knew that we would track you. but you still dared to wait here. You are courting death. Of course. How can I not be courageous? Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiao laughed strangely. Yi Qianhe, I thought you were a smart person and shouldn't be like this, but it seems like I overestimated you. You're just an idiot. What does it matter to you how many idiots die? They're just incompetent and lowly, wasting the family's resources for nothing. If I had them, I would have soared into the sky long ago, becoming a dragon or a phoenix. At the end of the day, the family is just too rotten and there are too many incompetent people taking up too many resources. Just like you, you're also an idiot. Do I really not have the slightest confidence in staying here? Chapter 1233. I don't care what kind of trump card you have. Don't even think about escaping from me today. Yi Qianhe was burning with anger. His body faintly emitted the cries of cranes. The sound was clear and pierced straight into the sky. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Yi Xiao. At this moment, more than a dozen tyrannical figures appeared in the sky. Each of them was surrounded by countless laws. They looked profound, terrifying, and powerful. However, these people all had a unique characteristic, and that was an ancient pattern that appeared on their foreheads. It was unknown how many years it had existed, but it was the true sign of them being prisoners. These were the criminals of the law enforcement heavenly prison. At this moment, Yi Qianhe's expression turned ugly. He knew very well that if it was only Yi Xiao, then it would still be possible. However, if there were so many powerful experts, then it would be a completely different story. Because these experts were at least at the 6th level of the law phase realm. Among them, there were even 2 terrifying experts at the 7th level of the law phase realm. Their auras were restrained and unimaginably profound. One of them was a frail old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, at this moment, his body was emitting an unimaginably tyrannical aura. If one were to close their eyes, they would not be able to imagine such a scene. On the other side, there was a strong man in his 30s. He had a rough face and a somewhat ferocious expression. No one knew how many people he had killed. There was a faint murderous intent on his body. You too. Are you the old housekeeper and the tyrant ghost of Haishi? Yi Qianhe pondered for a moment. He seemed to recognize the identity of these 2 people. Immediately, the expressions of the people behind him changed drastically. To them, these 2 names were like thunder that pierced through their ears. Aren't the old housekeeper and the tyrant ghost of Haishi the 2 most stubborn guys? Why are they colluding with Yi Xiao? Everyone started to discuss among themselves, and Yi Xiwen finally began to understand the identities of these 2 people from their discussions. The old housekeeper was an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. He had been captured by the Yi clan a long time ago, and had been imprisoned in the law enforcement heavenly prison. His strength was formidable, and his background was unimaginable. As for the tyrant ghost of Haishi, he had only been in the law enforcement heavenly prison for less than 100 years. However, he relied on his tyrannical strength and ruthless methods to make a name for himself in the law enforcement heavenly prison. However, they all had one thing in common. They were the most stubborn enemies of the Yi family. They were like stones in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. There was no way to enlighten them. They also knew that there was no way to get out of this place. Therefore, they were determined to go against the Yi family. Countless disciples of the Yi family had fallen in their hands. They were at the top of the wanted list of the Yi family, not to mention ordinary disciples. Even many guards like Yi Qianhe had died tragically in their hands. However, the places where these 2 people were active were a certain distance away from here. They wouldn't have gathered here together. However, no one had expected that Yi Xiao would actually collude with them. This matter was troublesome. Both the tyrant ghost of Haishi and the old housekeeper had slaughtered guards. It could be seen how tyrannical their strength was. Needless to say, they also understood what this meant. Yi Xiao, I'll leave it to you to deal with these people. However, I only have one request. I don't want less. You should understand my temper. If you go back on your words, then I'll make you understand why flowers are so red." The old housekeeper said in a slightly weak voice. He looked as if he would stop breathing at any time. His aura was somewhat weak. "Old housekeeper, don't worry. You will get what you want. I will give all the spirit crystals on them to you. You can divide them among yourselves. It doesn't matter if you each take half or something else." Yi Xiao said indifferently, "However, I want you to know that I invited you here today. If it wasn't for me, would you have been able to plan such a big operation? These people of the Yi family are not easy to deal with, especially Yi Qianhe. When he was outside, he was a famous genius of the Yi family. He was loyal to the Yi family and would never betray us. I didn't beg you to come here." Yi Xiao was also very uncomfortable with the old housekeeper's gloomy tone, so he said coldly. At this time, Haishi, tyrannical ghost, said, "What's there to quarrel about? Let's get rid of them first. Otherwise, the disciples of the Yi family from other cities might come to help." "Yi Xiao, I know what you mean. There are some things that we won't interfere with. What we want are spirit crystals. We can only cultivate with enough spirit crystals. Everything else doesn't matter to us." Haishi, tyrannical ghost, said, "I heard that you've done a few big things recently. You've killed many geniuses of the Yi family and obtained their lifetime wealth. Now, you don't lack spirit crystals. You're a member of the Yi family, so you know the Yi family's techniques the best. Therefore, you know how to deal with these people of the Yi family the best. If there's such an opportunity in the future, please call us. We'll definitely be your best helpers." These three people didn't take Yi Qianhe's group seriously at all. Perhaps in their eyes, these people were already dead. It was just a matter of time. Yi Qianhe's group was burning with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The enemy was strong and they were weak. There was nothing they could do. Yi Qianhe said with a serious expression, "Brothers, it's all my fault this time. If I hadn't investigated thoroughly and asked everyone to come out, we wouldn't have been ambushed. We wouldn't have been entangled by these people." "What are you talking about? If you hadn't taken care of us in the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison, we would have been dead long ago." That's right. If it hadn't been for you, we would have been dead long ago. These people are well prepared. No matter how careful you are, if they want to scheme against you, what can you do?" At this time, everyone comforted them. This showed that the relationship between the disciples of the Yi family in this city was very good. "All right, in that case, we have no other way out. If they want us to die, then we can only fight to the death," Yi Qian has shouted. He looked at these people with eyes filled with the determination to die. "Later, if one of you can escape, then so be it. I will be responsible for bringing up the rear. If they want to chase after you, they will have to do it over my dead body." Tisk Tiske, how touching. It's a pity that I can't stand to see such touching scenes in my life. The old housekeeper looked at him coldly before his figure suddenly disappeared. Then his body appeared in front of Yi Qianhe in an instant. "Your feelings are very touching, but you should go to hell and talk to the king of hell," the old housekeeper shouted. "Ancient bronze god killer." At the same time, his body was instantly dyed with the color of bronze. It was as if a bronze god of war had descended to the world. He directly punched out, suppressing everything in all directions. The bronze fist force swept in all directions. It seemed as if the entire sky was about to collapse in an instant. This was a very terrifying scene. Yi Qianhe reacted almost instantly. Countless cries came from his body. He spread out his hands, as if he had been possessed by a divine crane. In an instant, he spread out countless crystal walls of yuan qi. Boom! The old housekeeper's fist fiercely smashed into the crystal wall. The terrifying collision directly created countless crazy waves, sweeping in all directions. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Qianhe retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. On the other side, The old housekeeper only retreated about 10 steps before stopping. There was still a gap between the two sides. Although Yi Qianhe was also very tyrannical, it was obvious that there was still a gap between him and the old housekeeper, who had cultivated for thousands of years and had cultivated for several times longer than him. Not everyone was like Yi Shiwen, who could fight opponents of a higher level and defeat tyrannical experts of a higher level. Hee hee. The old housekeeper laughed strangely and rushed towards Yi Qianhe again. Yi Shiwen, you take everyone and run away. At the very least, you have to run away. You are the champion of the tournament. If you die here, then it is not worth it. Yi Qianhe hastily shouted. You are the champion of the competition. At this time, the eyes of Yi Xiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly lit up. They might not be very clear about this, but he was very clear about the high status of the champion of the competition in the Yi family. It was just like on Earth, when one obtained the first place in the whole district in the primary school entrance exam. Yi Qianhe's complexion changed. He suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. If Yi Shiwen could have escaped, then how could Yi Xiao let him go now? Yi Xiao, what is this competition? Haishi Tyrant Ghost asked. This is an internal competition of our Yi family. It is a competition among the younger generation. If you can stand out in this competition, you will be nurtured by the Yi family, especially the champion. I'm afraid the wealth on him will be very shocking. Yi Xiao explained. So that's how it is. Haishi Tyrant Ghost's face revealed a somewhat greedy expression. The champion of the competition must have an unimaginable amount of wealth on him. The reason why they had agreed to help Yi Xiao was because they could plunder the spirit crystals from these people. And now, Yi Shiwen was obviously the fattest sheep among them. Hee hee, the champion of this competition will be mine. Haishi Tyrant Ghost laughed cruelly. Yi Shiwen, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been exposed. Yi Qianhe's face flashed with a somewhat gloomy expression. Wait a moment, I will stop them. You go quickly. You want to leave? Not a single one of you can leave. The old housekeeper continued to attack Yi Qianhe, not giving him any opportunity to fight back. Brother Qianhe, it doesn't matter. Even if they find out, so what? Can these trash do anything to me? Yi Shiwen stepped forward and said indifferently. Chapter 1234. Brother Qianhe, it doesn't matter. So what if they find out? Do you think these trash can do anything to me? Yi Shiwen stepped forward and said indifferently. You talk big. Then let me see how strong you are as the champion of the tournament. At this time, the Haishi Tyrant Ghost couldn't wait to pounce on Yi Shiwen. Although he said so, but almost in an instant, the old housekeeper had already seen through his purpose. He was simply aiming for the countless wealth that Yi Shiwen might have on his body. Everything else was just an excuse. He reached out with his hand, which transformed into a bloody hand. It was like a blood cloud inverting yin and yang, as if it wanted to turn the entire world into a world of blood. Each of its fingers transformed into a sea of blood, which could be used to plunder anyone who tried to escape. Countless resentful souls were crying and wailing in the sea of blood formed by his fingers. It was unknown how many people he had killed, imprisoned their souls, refined their flesh, and finally created such a terrifying scene. The blood cloud instantly enveloped Yi Shiwen from top to bottom, not giving him any leeway to fight back. It was simply like a bloody cage that was about to envelop Yi Shiwen. However, in the face of such a crazy attack, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. The sword chi in his hand instantly rotated crazily and then condensed into a long sword. Clang! On this long sword, countless sword lights split and swept out into countless sword chi, filling the entire void. These sword chi formed a long river of sword chi, which possessed a terrifying power that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. It tore apart anyone who dared to stand in front of Yi Shiwen. Swish! The sword light instantly tore a huge wound on the bloody hand, and countless sword chi was directly strangled into pieces by the sword light. In the endless sea of blood, Those resentful souls were also strangled into powder by the endless sword light. They might not be able to reincarnate, but it was much better than struggling in this sea of blood for eternity. Haishi Tyrant Ghost's expression suddenly changed slightly. It seemed that he couldn't imagine that his bloody handprint would be easily broken by Yishuin. However, Yishuin wouldn't give him any chance to breathe. Yishuin took a step forward, and suddenly the world was filled with sword principles. This kind of sword principles was overbearing. It was as if he had suddenly entered a domain of sword principles. Behind him, a surge of sword intention flourished, filling the world. It was as if his way of the sword was the only thing that mattered at this moment. Nothing else mattered at all. Nothing could contend against his way of the sword. At this moment, in this world, his way of the sword was eternal. What an overbearing sword cultivation. You are actually a sword cultivator. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, so what if you are a sword cultivator? I have killed many sword cultivators in the past. Haishi Tyrant Ghost laughed strangely and said as if he didn't care. However, his bright eyes inadvertently swept across Yishuin's face, as if he wanted to see something from Yishuin's face. This was a psychological attack. He was trying to use the fact that he had killed sword cultivators to disturb Yishuin's state of mind. However, he obviously found the wrong person. Yishuin was not a sword cultivator at all. He didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to sword cultivators. It was obviously impossible to use this method to provoke Yishuin. The long sword in his hand suddenly cut through the sky, and the terrifying sword momentum formed a terrifying torrent. It seemed as if it would pierce through the entire sky and conquer the distant world. Seeing that Yishuin didn't care, Haishi Tyrant Ghost could only admit that Yishuin was ruthless and determined. He wouldn't be affected by others at all. He didn't hesitate anymore, and directly grabbed out with his bloody claw, which turned into a huge bloody handprint. This handprint was dripping with blood, and the word ghost was written on it. It was unknown how many people had died and how many souls had died to finally condense into such a bloody handprint. The word ghost seemed to have turned into a huge, malicious ghost in midair. It was the king of all malicious ghosts in the world, the king of ghosts. It fiercely rushed towards Yishuin's sword chi. Boom! The sword light and the ghost king phantom fiercely collided in the void, and a terrifying strength swept out in all directions. Both sides were in a deadlock in midair. Yishuin didn't use his full strength, but Haishi Tyrant Ghost also didn't use his full strength. He just looked at Yishuin coldly. 10,000 ghosts devour the sky. He let out a loud roar, and the bloody handprint turned into a sea of blood. Countless malicious ghosts emerged from this sea of blood, and then pounced towards the sword chi that filled the sky. Each and every one of them opened their bloody mouths, and began to devour Yishuin's sword chi. After a while, Yishuin's huge lightsaber was bitten into pieces. Those countless malicious ghosts turned their gazes towards Yishuin, and as the bloody handprint slapped towards Yishuin, the countless malicious ghosts rushed over to kill him, and set off a gloomy, ghostly energy, which directly made Yishuin's clothes flutter in the wind. You little brat! I don't care whether you are the champion of the competition or not. No matter what tricks you have, you can't survive under my sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts. Hee, your spirit is very powerful, and it just so happens that you can refine it into the most important core of my sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array. This way, my sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array will be completed, and its power will also double. Haishi Tyrant Ghost looked at Yishuin and laughed crazily. This is the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array. I've heard of this great array before. In the past, Haishi Tyrant Ghost used this great array to slaughter a small city, and countless people in that city were slaughtered. Although they were all criminals, they were too cruel, and their methods were too harmful to the Heavenly River. Later on, the people in that small city were refined into this sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array. It was just that he needed to prepare in advance. But now that the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array has been refined into his body, it's equivalent to raising tens of thousands of malicious ghosts in his body at any time, and he can also use them at any time, anywhere. The strength of this Haishi tyrant ghost has increased a little too fast. Someone said in disbelief when he saw the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array. He had heard of the legend of the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array before. The other disciples of the Yi family sucked in a breath of cold air at this time. Just the introduction alone was enough to tell how terrifying it was. One had to know that the heavenly law enforcement prison was different from the outside. In the outside world, there might be many ordinary people in a city, but in the heavenly law enforcement prison, there were only tyrannical criminals. These people were very tyrannical, so there might only be a few thousand people in a small city. However, in terms of quality, it might be better than a city with hundreds of millions of people in the outside world. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array was. Refining this kind of formation into one's body not only required extremely powerful methods, but also a terrifying understanding of the sky-devouring 1,000 ghosts great array. No matter how one refines it, nurturing tens of thousands of malicious ghosts in one's body is a very crazy thing, especially when these tens of thousands of malicious ghosts were personally slaughtered by him. Although their consciousness was erased, they would still have an abnormal hatred for him. They might go berserk at any time. 10,000 malicious ghosts going berserk in one's body. A disciple of the family shuddered at the thought of such a scene. Even tens of thousands of ants could gnaw a person until only bones were left, let alone tens of thousands of malicious ghosts. They might be experts in the longevity realm or even the law phase realm when they were alive. Once they went berserk, even an expert like the Haishi tyrant ghost might explode and die on the spot. Therefore, cultivating such a cultivation technique not only required great endurance and perseverance, but more importantly, courage. If one wasn't courageous enough, it would be impossible to cultivate such a terrifying cultivation technique. Tens of thousands of malicious ghosts appeared in the sky, instantly filling up Yi Shiwen's small space. The space that was originally filled with Yi Shiwen's sword chi was instantly devoured and occupied by these malicious ghosts. It was extremely terrifying. These tens of thousands of malicious ghosts covered the laws and the great Tao. At this moment, this was a country of ghosts. It was the netherworld, a brand new place that controlled death. And among these malicious ghosts, the Haishi tyrant ghost stood among them. He was like the king of the country of malicious ghosts, the most noble existence among ghosts. After instantly setting up the heaven-devouring myriad ghosts formation, the strength of his body also rose bit by bit under the enhancement of these tens of thousands of malicious ghosts. His gaze was as strange as a ghost, coldly staring at Yi Shiwen. His eyes glowed with a green light, and in the darkness, he looked abnormally terrifying. Countless malicious ghosts began to entangle his body. Then, in the midst of these malicious ghosts, he actually became a huge malicious ghost. Slowly, his face turned ashen. Even if he had a special method to deal with these countless ghosts, it wouldn't be easy for him. However, he had no choice but to do it. From the exchange just now, he could tell that this Yi Shiwen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. The champion of the Yi clan's competition, even among the younger generation of the Yi clan, was an unimaginably noble existence. Looking down on such a person was equivalent to sending oneself to death. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. It had to kill Yi Shiwen in one go. The strength of the Haishi tyrant ghost grew stronger and stronger. Those malicious ghosts that entangled him formed a ghost armor on his body. Die. He finally moved. The imposing aura of his body also climbed to the peak. A pair of ghost claws instantly stretched out and went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. He wanted to claw Yi Shiwen to death in an instant. He didn't hold back at all. He wanted to grab Yi Shiwen's face and directly smash his head. Chapter 1235. The ghostly claw tore through the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and in an instant, it had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. This was the ultimate technique of the ghost path. Yi Shiwen would not give him any chance to escape. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding. Countless pores on Yi Shiwen's body opened, spewing out countless sword auras. He did not move, but the sword auras on his body instantly surged, directly sweeping into a storm of sword auras. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was like a god of swordsmanship, possessing unimaginable, terrifying power. The sword auras swept out in an instant, tearing the big hand apart. Roar! Haishi Tyrant Ghost screamed, and blood flowed wildly from his hand. His arm was directly cut by Yi Shiwen's sword auras, and a huge wound and crack appeared, with blood constantly flowing down. The sky-devouring ghost's great array did not deter Yi Shiwen at all. No way, did I see it wrong? How can this person be so powerful? Even Haishi Tyrant Ghost is no match for him. At this moment, some people on Yi Xiao's side looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They all knew very well how terrifying Haishi Tyrant Ghost was after being enhanced to the extreme. It was a strength that they could not contend with, but now it was actually torn apart by a sword. Yi Xiao's expression also changed slightly. He could not imagine that Yi Shiwen, who was only at the 4th level of the Transcendence Realm, could be so powerful. Originally, he was a little puzzled. How could the champion of this year's competition be so weak? It should not be like this at all. Now it seemed that this year's champion was not just weak. It should be said that he was strong to a terrifying extent. He could sweep out such a terrifying sword aura storm without even moving. Yi Qianhe and the others also had a lot of astonishment on their faces. Although they had already begun to overestimate Yi Shiwen's strength, they now realized that they had actually underestimated him. Originally, they were all prepared to die in battle. Now that they thought about it, they actually had a chance of winning, and maybe they could even escape. At this moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Shiwen finally moved. A light sword instantly appeared in his hand, and he directly attacked Haishi Tyrant Ghost. This was the first time Yi Shiwen had taken the initiative to attack the Hessian Tyrant Ghost. His speed was as fast as a golden lightning. Although the Hessian Tyrant Ghost was already very fast, it still couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Whoosh! A golden sword light instantly cut through the sky and directly slashed at Haishi Tyrant Ghost's body. Damn it! Haishi Tyrant Ghost cursed under his breath. Like a ghost, he was about to disappear into the sky. Just as he was about to turn into a puff of green smoke and disappear, the golden sword light had already slashed into his body. Puchi! A stream of blood spurted out, and an arm fell out of the green smoke. Ah! Haishi Tyrant Ghost let out a blood-curdling scream. His body had turned into a cloud of green smoke and appeared in the distance. However, one of his arms was already missing. Blood was flowing out at a terrifying speed. He only had enough time to stop the bleeding. He clutched his broken arm and looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. His eyes were filled with terror. He had also seen and fought against sword cultivators. However, he could guarantee that this was the most terrifying sword cultivator he had ever seen. No sword cultivator had ever been able to injure him to such an extent. How could this be? Yi Qianhe, who had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen even in the midst of the battle, also opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He was very clear about the strength of the Hessian Tyrant Ghost. He wasn't any weaker than the old housekeeper. His strength could only be said to be on par with the old housekeeper, but he was still slightly weaker. However, this Yi Shiwen was able to easily cut off one of the Hessian Tyrant Ghost's arms. Obviously, his strength was tyrannical and unimaginable. It was ridiculous that he had been worried about Yi Shiwen before. However, it seemed that he didn't need anyone to worry about him now. However, hope had also ignited in his heart. He had originally thought that all of them would die here. He had wanted to stall them and create an opportunity for the Yi clan's disciples to escape. However, it seemed that he didn't need to do so now. In fact, he might even be able to counterattack. The champion of the competition is indeed extraordinary. However, I've never heard of such a powerful champion even among the previous champions of the competition. The Yi clan's disciples' hope was ignited one after another. However, in this case, we also have a hope of escaping. This is great. Humph. What Hessian tyrant ghost? He's just an old ghost, Yi Shiwen said disdainfully. The Hessian tyrant ghost's face revealed a somewhat ashamed and angry expression. However, he couldn't do anything because one of his arms had indeed been easily cut off by Yi Shiwen during the battle. Yi Shiwen, I'll try my best to stall the old housekeeper and Yi Xiao for you. Come and help me after you've dealt with the Hessian tyrant ghost. In this way, we still have a chance of winning, not to mention escaping. We might even be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Yi Qianhe shouted from the side. Stall me? You. Yi Xiao didn't care at all. He directly stepped into the battlefield, and his target was Yi Shiwen. Yi Qianhe was just about to stop Yi Xiao, but he was stopped by the old housekeeper. The old housekeeper was a level more tyrannical than him. Even if Yi Qianhe used all his skills, he was only on par with the old housekeeper. At this time, when the old housekeeper attacked with all his strength, he was completely stalled. It was impossible for him to support Yi Shiwen. Yi Xiao directly entered the battlefield and attacked. His body slightly moved and instantly appeared on the battlefield. His long spear was like a dragon, and it emitted a little cold light. In an instant, it turned into a sky full of spear shadows like a storm, and directly shrouded Yi Shiwen. He wanted to stab Yi Shiwen to death. It seems that I've still underestimated you. Yi Xiao shouted, You deserve to be the champion of this competition. However, this is the end of it. In front of me, the champion of the competition is not even worth mentioning. Facing the spear shadows, Yi Shiwen directly burned a ball of flame in his hand, and then condensed it into a long flame saber. Whoosh! The long flame saber directly broke through the sky, and suddenly there was a sea of fire between heaven and earth. It was as if the whole world had turned into a country of flames. In this sea of fire, the saber aura of the long flame saber was like a vigorous fire dragon in this sea of flames. It was going to devour everything in front of it. Boom! The spear shadows and the long flame saber fiercely collided in the void, and an unimaginably terrifying power bloomed. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised. Yi Xiao's strength was stronger than Haishi Tyrant Ghost. No wonder he could make such a name for himself. He was indeed not simple. When Yi Shiwen and Yi Xiao fought for the first time, Haishi Tyrant Ghost, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally seemed to find it. In an instant, he directly turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared. Then he directly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen with his other ghostly claw. Yi Shiwen sneered. Do you think you can sneak attack me with this useless thing? His other hand slashed out an endless stream of sword chi, creating a beautiful mark in the air. It almost sliced Haishi Dominator Ghost in half on the spot. If it were not for the fact that Haishi Dominator Ghost was fast enough to escape, he would have been sliced in half. But even so, the ghost armor on Haishi Tyrant Ghost's body was completely torn, and countless resentful souls were evaporated in Yi Shiwen's sword aura. In the distance, his face was simply full of horror. The sword just now was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the protection of his ghost armor, perhaps he would have died without a burial place at this time. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to have such a terrifying combat power when fighting against Yi Xiao. Yi Shiwen's sword technique had one essence, and that was speed. When the speed reached a certain level, even the weakest thing could kill. Not far away, Yi Xiao's face became even more dignified. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen was just a pure sword cultivator. If he was just a pure sword cultivator, then everything would be much easier. Although sword cultivators had powerful attack power, were indomitable, and were very difficult to deal with. But at the same time, because they had a single method, they were easy to deal with. But if Yi Shiwen wasn't a sword cultivator, then it would be troublesome, because he might have 100 tricks at any time, anywhere, and when he used his sword, it would be impossible to guard against him. In the end, he might die in his hands. The champion of this combat tournament was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, these thoughts only lasted for a moment. After just a moment, the long spear in his hand moved again. The spear tip spurted out indefinite spear light. These spear light pierced the sky, and even the law condensed in it could be seen. It was very terrifying. He had already integrated his cultivation into the spear. The originally somewhat ordinary long spear instantly burst into countless rays of light, directly showing the terrifying power as an earth-level martial instrument. Immediately, the spear was like a cold light, directly pointing at Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. His hands directly tore apart countless golden rays and bombarded against the spear tip. For him, be it fist art, palm art, saber art, or sword art, they were all at his fingertips. When he used these martial arts, he would never allow these martial arts to be placed above him like sword cultivators and saber cultivators. This was absolutely not allowed. Boom! The golden rays that Yi Shiwen tore apart collided with the spear tip fiercely. It was like a needle against an awn, and neither gave way at all. Everyone's eyes were worth it. Not only was Yi Shiwen's speed extremely fast, but his physical body was even more terrifying. He actually contended with these martial instruments with his bare hands, and didn't give way at all. Go to hell, I don't believe it. Yi Xiao's face finally began to look crazy. The spear tip crazily spurted out spear light, shattering the void, and madly attacked with the spear. Chapter 1236. Go to hell, I don't believe it. Yi Xiao's expression finally began to turn crazy. The tip of his spear spewed out spear light, crazily shattering the void. He attacked crazily. Yi Xiao was also forced into a dead end by Yi Shiwen. There was no other reason, but he couldn't afford to lose. He was very clear that although the Yi clan's disciples were isolated in this Yi clan's law enforcement heavenly prison, the Yi clan's strength was very terrifying. More importantly, he was very clear that these people were actually Yi clan's voodoo insects in captivity in order to train these Yi clan's geniuses. Although many Yi clan's geniuses also fell because of this training, in the eyes of the Yi clan's higher-ups, even if 10 of them died, as long as one could come out, it would be worth it. Although this was very cruel, from the perspective of the higher-ups, they had to consider the overall development of the Yi clan. Because he used to be one of them, he was very clear about what this meant. Once the Yi clan was really enraged, then these people in the law enforcement heavenly prison wouldn't be able to live. Even if they were slaughtered, it was not a big deal. Anyway, the Yi clan would catch many criminals every moment. It would not take many years for a large number of criminals to be thrown in again. This was a very cruel reality. Therefore, after he came in, he slaughtered a large number of his former clansmen. There was no other reason, but he wanted to make great progress in a short time in order to prepare to escape one day. Although no one had ever succeeded, he still wanted to try. Otherwise, he would not be reconciled to it. He was only about 1,000 years old now. He couldn't imagine living in the law enforcement heavenly prison for thousands of years in the future and living in fear. Instead of that, it was better to fight. However, in any case, he must improve his cultivation in a short time. If not, he would gradually grow old, and even his lofty aspirations would be ground down. Then he would really have no chance. Currently, those who are famous in the law enforcement heavenly prison were all extremely powerful outside. However, now they could only guard their own land and live their own lives here. Thinking of such a life, his heart was abnormally scared. He absolutely didn't want to become like this. Yi Shiwen didn't know from which ancient inheritance he had learned his spear technique. The terrifying spear light shrouded him and made him suffocate. Then, it suddenly pierced forward. His spear radiance pierced through the sky, bringing with it a loud, rumbling sound. It simply possessed an unimaginable demonic power, and with the addition of the power of countless natural laws, the sound was so sharp that it could pierce through people's eardrums. At this moment, Yi Shiwen instantly moved. A dragon roar rose from his body, and his palm glowed with golden light. Then he grabbed out completely. Great dragon capturing art. In the hands of Yi Shiwen, this heaven-level power technique displayed an unimaginable power. It was completely different from before. The difference between Xiaocheng and Xiaocheng was like two completely different realms. His big hand instantly grabbed the spear radiance. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred between the spear light and Yi Shiwen's big hand, and countless spear lights and dragon chi directly swept out. Kara! The endless spear lights were in a stalemate. Then, Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed them and extinguished them. Then, Yi Shiwen's big hand transformed into a dragon claw and directly grabbed the long spear. Kara! Kara! Yi Xiao's earth level-long spear was actually shattered bit by bit in front of everyone's eyes. What kind of power technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? Even an earth level-long spear can be directly crushed. Some people behind Yi Xiao simply looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Because they were very clear about Yi Xiao's strength, they had never encountered such a thing before. What a terrifying physical body. The key is still this physical body. What kind of physique cultivation technique is this? It's simply like a demon. Many people were almost scared silly. Even Yi Qianhe and the others found it hard to accept. They couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen could crush an earth level-long spear with just one grab. Although he was the champion of the tournament, wasn't this a little too terrifying? And at this time, Yi Xiao finally understood how terrifying this guy, who could actually win the championship of the competition with the cultivation of the fourth heaven of the law phase realm, was. It was far from what they had imagined, and even more terrifying than what they had imagined. It was not that the Yi family's level was declining, but that he was too terrifying. Retreat quickly, we can't kill them today. We will find another opportunity in the future. Yi Xiao was very decisive when he decided to besiege Yi Qianhe. But similarly, when he saw that it was impossible, he also decisively chose to leave without any hesitation. If it was only Yi Qianhe, he would really not be able to escape. But if Yi Shiwen was included, then everything would be completely different. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen's strength was so terrifying. Even if he was only on par with Yi Qianhe, it would not be easy for them to defeat him. Now that the Haishi Tyrant Ghost was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen, with their lineup, they could only retreat first. The Haishi Tyrant Ghost roared unwillingly. "Don't tell me it's over, my arm!" "If you don't want to, then you stay," Yi Xiao said, directly turned around and left, not caring about this comrade who had just fought side by side with him. He was cruel, merciless, and extremely ruthless. The Haishi Tyrant Ghost was angered by Yi Xiao's ruthlessness, but if he were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would also choose to do the same. It was just that one of his arms had just been cut off by Yi Shiwen, and now he was in a bad mood. "Yi Shiwen, leave them here. These people are the scourge of our Yi clan," Yi Qianhe hurriedly shouted. At this time he exerted all his strength to make the old housekeeper stay. At this time, the old housekeeper was no longer as relaxed as before. Both of his companions had left, and if he stayed, only death would await him. However, there was no other way. Although Yi Qianhe's strength was slightly weaker than his, he could not completely suppress Yi Qianhe. Otherwise, Yi Qianhe would have been defeated just now. Although Yi Qianhe's strength was not as good as his, it was not a problem for him to stall him. Get lost! The bronze color on the old housekeeper's body became more and more intense. His hair and beard fluttered in the air, but no matter how he attacked, he was blocked by Yi Qianhe. Yi Qianhe was clenching his teeth. Both sides were trying to hold on. They wanted to see who would last until the end. Yi Qianhe was waiting for Yi Shiwen to free up his hands. That way, the old housekeeper would be dead for sure. On the contrary, the old housekeeper was desperately trying to escape. He knew very well what would happen to him if he waited for Yi Shiwen to free up. At this time, the disciples of the Yi family were also doing their best to stall the others. At this time, their morale was high. Originally, they thought that it was a dead end. However, they did not expect that it was not a dead end. Instead, they could still fight back. Originally, their strength was indeed inferior to these people. Although these people were not as strong as Yi Xiao and the other two, they were still top-notch experts. Fortunately, they only needed to stall these people. Therefore, it was very easy to stop them. Want to leave? Don't go. Stay here. Yi Shiwen sneered. He was in dire need of spirit crystals now. He had consumed almost all of his spirit crystals in order to practice and deduce the capturing dragon power technique. Moreover, he didn't know how many disciples of Yi clan had been plundered by these people. So, how could Yi Shiwen let them go at this time when his brain was full of fat? He took a step forward and took the lead in rushing towards Haishi Tyrant Ghost. His speed was too fast. Haishi Tyrant Ghost, who was seriously injured, had no time to dodge. He was directly killed. Yi Shiwen directly punched him. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not need to pay attention to any special techniques. Just one punch was enough to blast out a terrifying power. Bang! Haishi Tyrant Ghost's body directly collapsed on the spot. He was not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. He died tragically on the spot. He did not even have time to scream. Haishi Tyrant Ghost's tragic death did not stop Yi Xiao. Instead, he sped up and disappeared into the sky in an instant. However, could Yi Shiwen let him escape? It was impossible. He directly grabbed the hidden wealth in Haishi Tyrant Ghost's body. Then, he stepped into a golden stream of light and directly caught up with Yi Xiao. He directly pulled out those spirit crystals from the Qinkuan bag on the spot. Then, they burned into endless spirit energy and were directly absorbed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. There were 300 million spirit crystals in Haishi Tyrant Ghost's Qinkuan bag. If he was not in the law enforcement heavenly prison, he would have even more spirit crystals with his strength. Yi Shiwen's strength seemed to have increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had already entered the 4th level of the law manifestation realm, but he had not reached the peak yet. Therefore, there was almost no hindrance to cultivation for him. Absorbing spirit crystals in this way was rough, and a lot of spirit energy would be wasted. However, it was simple and effective. For an ordinary person, 300 million spirit crystals was almost all of their wealth. They could only be consumed bit by bit. However, for Yi Shiwen, this was nothing. He could not wait to swallow it in one gulp. He needed to improve his strength. He needed time. Everything else was not a problem for him. Great Dragon Capture Technique. Yi Shiwen directly blasted out a dragon claw and grabbed Yi Xiao. Compared to the previous attack, Yi Shiwen's attack was simply terrifying. His strength was simply incomparable to before. Yi Xiao saw that Yi Shiwen directly caught up with him in one step. He suddenly felt a little scared. He could not believe Yi Shiwen's speed. However, there was no other way at this time. He directly grabbed the endless spear chi in the air, condensed it into a long spear, and directly stabbed in Yi Shiwen's direction. "Break for me!" Yi Shiwen directly shouted. The hasty spear chi was directly broken by Yi Shiwen's shout on the spot. Bang! The Great Dragon Capture Technique directly blasted on Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao screamed and was directly blasted into a blood mist. Chapter 1237. As soon as Yi Xiao died, all of his wealth fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Compared to Haishi Tyrant Ghost, Yi Xiao was the truly rich one. He actually had as many as 1 billion spirit crystals. It was not a lie that he had done a few big things recently. Now, all of it had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. All of his flesh and blood were directly swept away by Tianyuan Mirror, turning into nourishment for Tianyuan Mirror's advancement. Without Yi Xiao and Haishi Tyrant Ghost, Yi Shiwen finally had free hands and directly rushed towards the old housekeeper. Damn it! The old housekeeper was held back by Yi Qianhe and could not escape at all. At this time, when he saw Yi Shiwen rushing towards him, he immediately roared, and the bronze skin on his body became darker. Both of his fists directly met Yi Shiwen's. The terrifying bronze fist energy distorted the vast sky, possessing unimaginable power. Yi Shiwen did not dodge or evade, and directly blasted his fist down. Bang! There was a sound of gold and iron colliding. The 2 bronze arms of the old housekeeper were like bronze artifacts, shattering inch by inch, as if they were bronze artifacts that had collapsed on the spot. Ah! The old housekeeper screamed and quickly retreated, but he could not keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. With just one step, Yi Shiwen directly arrived in front of the old housekeeper and directly blasted his fist down on the spot. Bang! The old housekeeper was directly beaten to death, unable to fight back. After swallowing 3 spirit crystals, Yi Shiwen's cultivation increased again, and he was much stronger than before. Although he had not yet stepped into the peak of the 4th level of the Law Phase realm, it was already not something he could withstand. The wealth of the old housekeeper also fell into Yi Shiwen's hands, but the wealth of the old housekeeper was a little less, about 200 million spirit crystals. For the current Yi Shiwen, it was not a small amount. Without these 3 leaders, the remaining people weren't a match for the Yi clan's juniors. After a while, almost all of them were slaughtered. Yi Shiwen didn't continue to plunder the wealth of these people. Instead, he distributed it to the other Yi clan's juniors. Therefore, they had made a fortune. All of them were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They had thought that they wouldn't be able to escape this calamity this time. However, who would have thought that not only would they escape this calamity, but they would also be able to make a fortune in the end? They couldn't be compared with Yi Shiwen's. However, each of them had received tens of millions of spirit crystals. Yi Shiwen, thank you this time. If it were not for you, I'm afraid we would all be annihilated. Yi Qianhe stepped forward and cupped his hands. His expression was sincere. If not for Yi Shiwen, they would have been completely annihilated. It's nothing, it's just a piece of cake. We are the descendants of the Yi family, so it's not a big deal at all. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He was also willing to make friends with a good man like Yi Qianhe. Yi Qianhe laughed and said, "Haha, well said. If the Yi clan had more people like you who could see the big picture, our Yi clan would only become more prosperous. Come, let's go back. I'll report your contribution to the higher-ups. This time, you've eliminated 3 big scourges in one fell swoop. You'll definitely be rewarded handsomely by the higher-ups." Yi Shiwen nodded. He didn't plan to stay here any longer. When the Yi clan's group returned to the city, the heads of those traitors had given a great shock to the sinners in the city. The Yi clan's group didn't hold back at all, although these people in the city were still respectful at present. But in fact, they were essentially no different from these people. It was nothing more than one side taking action, and the other side didn't. As long as they were given a little opportunity, they would become no different from Yi Xiao and the others. In Yi Qianhe's words, these people couldn't be enlightened at all. It didn't matter whether you treated them well or not. They would never be grateful if you treated them well. These people were simply a group of villains. Originally, when they saw the Yi clan's group moving out, these people might have had other thoughts in their hearts. Now they suddenly disappeared. These well-known traitors had died in their hands. No matter what the reason was, it was enough to deter them. The spirit crystals that Yi Shiwen had obtained from Yi Xiao Shibare and the old housekeeper had almost been consumed in just 10 days. Yi Shiwen didn't waste these spirit energies. Instead, he chose to directly swallow them. He had wasted a lot of spirit crystals. However, it was worth it for him. Ordinary people had enough time to slowly cultivate, but he didn't. He had to seize every opportunity to cultivate. In these 10 days, although Yi Shiwen hadn't reached the peak of the 4th level of the law manifestation realm, he was actually very close. As long as he continued to cultivate like this, he might even need less than a month to directly enter the peak of the 4th level of the law manifestation realm. This couldn't be achieved outside. Not only was there a problem with the spirit energy, but also in the special environment of this law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Shiwen had to spend a lot of mental energy to resist these grievances almost all the time. His martial power was also in a crazy cultivation state all the time. He didn't dare to delay even for a moment. Moreover, he was constantly practicing and constantly replenishing his genuine, which made his cultivation progress almost all the time. Not to mention that he was wasting a lot of spirit crystals. Even if it was just a normal practice, it was still much better than the outside world. Of course, the premise was that there were enough spirit crystals. Without enough spirit crystals to replenish, these were all empty talk. That was why this place was hell for criminals, but heaven for the Yi family's children. For the disciples of the Yi family who possessed a large number of spirit crystals, this was indeed a good place to practice. The same practice, under the pressure of this extreme environment, was even more difficult, but the effect was also 10 times better than in the outside world. But even so, they could only stay in this law enforcement heavenly prison for a short period of time. They didn't dare to stay here for too long, because if they stayed here for too long, they would really be finished. They would be invaded by these grievances, and then they would become violent, even cruel, and might even become crazy. Anyway, Yi Shiwen, who had no foundation in this law enforcement heavenly prison, directly used the city guarded by Yi Qianhe as his base. Once he ran out of spirit crystals, he began to hunt everywhere. In the law enforcement heavenly prison, there were also many people who hunted the Yi family's children to obtain a stable supply of spirit crystals. There were many people in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. Now, all these people had become Yi Shiwen's hunting targets. Compared with Yi Shiwen, these people's strength was far from being comparable to Yi Shiwen. Now, these people had become his prey. Yi Shiwen would go out to hunt whenever he didn't have a lot of spirit crystals. However, it was rare for them to have so many spirit crystals on them like Yi Shao. Most of them only had tens of millions of spirit crystals, and that was already a lot, because the law enforcement heavenly prison itself didn't produce much spiritual energy. Even if it did, it would only produce some spirit stones. Therefore, these spirit crystals were almost brought by the Yi family's children from outside. But even so, for the ordinary Yi family's children, the total wealth might be tens of millions of spirit crystals. Even if they could hunt, they didn't have much, including their own consumption. However, for ordinary people, these tens of millions of spirit stones were also a lot of wealth. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time, but it was completely insufficient for Yi Shiwen. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's hunting efficiency was also very fast. So although the number was not much, it was enough. Moreover, every time Yi Shiwen went out to hunt these people, he would bring the Yi family's children in the city. Therefore, they also obtained a lot of benefits, and their cultivation progress was very fast. In just a short period of a month, they had already made great progress. Many of them had directly advanced to the next level. The 2 Yi family's children who were originally at the 6th level of law manifestation realm also took the opportunity to directly enter the 7th level of law manifestation realm. This was a huge improvement. Although it was only a difference of 1 level, in fact, it was a huge difference between the intermediate and late stage of law manifestation realm. The 6th level of law manifestation realm could only cultivate in a city, but the 7th level of law manifestation realm could start to guard a place. just like Yi Qianhe, who became the guardian of a place. The huge difference could be imagined. Many people were trapped at this threshold and could not pass. Some masters at the 5th level of law manifestation realm had also entered the 6th level of law manifestation realm. Because of Yi Shiwen's support, they could attack unscrupulously. In this border area of the Sky Law Enforcement Prison, there were no two strong masters. Celestial Realm masters were even more of a legend. The 7th level of law manifestation realm was enough to suppress a place. In this area, Yi Shiwen almost did not encounter any opponents. Even if the opponent was a master at the 7th level of law manifestation realm, they would be easily suppressed by him. They were not his opponent at all. Under Yi Shiwen's leadership, they dared to attack at will and were not afraid of getting injured. With Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique, no matter how serious the injury was, they could recover quickly. Moreover, every time they attacked, there would be a lot of returns. In this process, Yi Qianhe's harvest was naturally also great. He had truly entered the 7th level of law manifestation realm and could enter the 8th level of law manifestation realm at any time. His strength would go up another level. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, the benefits they obtained seemed to be insufficient. During this month, Yi Shiwen continuously repeated the process of hunting and then devouring the spirit crystals. During this month, his cultivation had also been successfully deduced to the peak of the 4th level of the Transcendence Realm. He could enter the 5th level of the Transcendence Realm at any time. Even the rebels who were active in the vicinity of the city were wiped out. Those who were not killed had all fled, not daring to approach this place that they regarded as a place of death. However, at this time Yi Shiwen was complacent and ready to collect crystals to break into the 5th level of law manifestation realm. Yi Qianhe found him with a complicated expression. Yi Shiwen, did you offend the Golden Jade Pavilion? Chapter 1238. Golden Jade Pavilion? Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. Golden Jade Pavilion again. In fact, he had even somewhat forgotten about this Golden Jade Pavilion. It was not that his memory was bad, but that the people of Golden Jade Pavilion did not seem to have taken any other actions after entering the law enforcement heavenly prison. Gradually, Yi Shiwen was not as vigilant as he was at the beginning. Of course, he would not really let his guard down. After so many years of living, he had developed the habit of maintaining the most vigilant posture no matter where and when. However, he did not expect that the name of Golden Jade Pavilion would appear in front of him again. How do you know? Yi Shiwen frowned slightly and asked, Because I just got the news that the people of Golden Jade Pavilion have begun to search for you everywhere. Said Yi Qianhe, they even asked in our city, and it seems that your matter here has been exposed. What kind of hatred do you have with them? Yi Qianhe asked. He didn't say anything because he knew what kind of force the Golden Jade Pavilion was. Although he was a guardian and his strength was only a step away from the 8th heaven of the Transcendence Realm, compared to the Golden Jade Pavilion, there were still many shortcomings. Although Golden Jade Pavilion was not as good as the 5 tyrants among the younger generation, in fact, it was still one of the top forces. There were countless masters in the pavilion, and a large number of masters at his level could be easily found. Not to mention, there were also Prince Jin and Prince Yu, both of whom were famous amongst the experts of the Yi family. With the exception of those sky human stage experts, how many others would dare say that they could suppress these people? Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Yi Shiwen did not hide it and told them everything. What? It's actually the 9 Revolutions' mysterious golden pill. They are too bold. They even dare to covet the 9 Revolutions' mysterious golden pill rewarded by the clan head. Yi Qianhe's face flashed with a somewhat shocked expression. Obviously, he did not expect this. In his opinion, the clan head was the supreme existence of the Yi clan. Unexpectedly, someone dared to covet something rewarded by the clan head. These people are simply lawless. If this goes on, they won't even put the Yi family's rules in their eyes. Yi Qianhe said angrily, "We can't let this go. We have to report this to our superiors. These people from the Golden Jade Pavilion are simply lawless. We can't tolerate them like this. It's useless even if I report this to the higher-ups. In fact, I have also offended some people in the higher-ups, and they can't wait to see me suffer." Yi Shiwen said with a bitter smile. Now that he thought about it carefully, sometimes there was really no other way. Golden Jade Pavilion dared to do this kind of thing. Obviously, it had been acquiesced by some high-level officials. After all, this was a reward from the Patriarch. The meaning was different. Maybe even the Patriarch had acquiesced. What did it mean to put the big picture first? This was putting the big picture first. Compared to the higher-ups, he, a kid in the Transcendence realm, was too insignificant. What was more, Golden Jade Pavilion was not the only one who coveted the 9 revolutions Taishan Golden Pill. It was just these people from Golden Jade Pavilion who jumped out. This made it almost impossible for him to get any support from the higher-ups. The only good news was that the higher-ups who were eyeing Yi Shiwen covetously did not dare to take action personally. This was not enough to completely crush Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. Just wait, those old bastards. Sooner or later, everything that he had suffered today would be repaid by them. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen had to practice like this, even if he had to waste a lot of spirit crystals. He could afford to waste spirit crystals, but he could not afford to waste time. Yi Qianhe didn't know what to do at this time. He was loyal to the family, but he wasn't completely ignorant of the matters of the upper echelons. He naturally knew what Yi Shiwen's situation meant. Don't worry, those people can't suppress me, whether it is Golden Jade Pavilion or anyone else, if they dare to have an idea on me. Then let's see if they have such good teeth. Although I have no foundation in the clan, but if anyone dares to have an idea on me, I don't mind breaking his teeth. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, he was definitely not a soft persimmon that anyone could bully. Sigh, these people are getting more and more arrogant. They are simply using public resources for private purposes. They even dare to meddle in a place like the Law Enforcement Hall. Yi Qianhe sighed and said, he suddenly felt that he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, he might be able to think of a way to stop this situation. In his opinion, a place like the Law Enforcement Hall could not be allowed to be infiltrated by external forces. Otherwise, there would be no point in enforcing the law. In any case, you must leave quickly. You must not be found by them. Yi Qianhe said, you must be careful in the future. The Golden Jade Pavilion not only has a lot of influence among the disciples of the Yi clan. Even among these sinners, there are many who bow down to them and listen to their commands. This time, your information was leaked because of these damned sinners. Yi Shiwen frowned. He did not expect the Golden Jade Pavilion to be so powerful that even among these sinners, there were many who listened to their commands. This force was really big enough. Even so, Yi Shiwen did not intend to hand over the 9 revolutions' mysterious golden pill. Since they wanted to meet force with force, then he would give it a try. If he did not break all of their teeth, he would not be called Yi Shiwen. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard an old man shouting in the sky, Yi Shiwen, come out. The target was Yi Shiwen. Damn, it's this old guy. He is a deacon elder, but he actually defected to the Golden Jade Pavilion and became their lackey. Hearing this voice, Yi Qianhe's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Yi Shiwen, hurry up and leave. This voice belongs to a deacon elder of the Yi clan. His name is Yi Jianzhong, who was originally responsible for guarding the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison and monitoring the actions of those sinners. However, he defected to the Golden Jade Pavilion and is now the general manager of the Golden Jade Pavilion in the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison. His strength has long reached the peak of the law manifestation realm. You are no match for him. Hurry up and leave. As soon as Yi Qianhe's voice fell, a terrifying aura fell and enveloped the whole city. This feeling made Yi Shiwen feel as if he was facing the North Mountain Clan Patriarch. Apart from the Celestial Realm Masters, among the Law Manifestation Realm Masters, Yi Shiwen only felt such an aura from the North Mountain Clan Patriarch. That time, Yi Shiwen killed him with the help of the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if someone was leading the way, the terrifying figure directly rushed in the direction of Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe. Yi Qianhe's face changed slightly, but he did not move. Because he was the guardian of this city, he was sure that Yi Jianzhong would not dare to do anything to him. Sometimes, when one did not have the strength, some kind of identity was also a very good protection. Yi Shiwen immediately took a step forward without any hesitation, turning into a golden light and instantly leaping out. At the moment when he escaped, a big hand instantly broke through the sky and directly grabbed at Yi Shiwen. Just at the moment when it was about to grab Yi Shiwen's figure directly turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared, causing the hand to grab nothing. Then his figure reappeared hundreds of meters away. The instant the wings of thunder erupted, he instantly disappeared and reappeared as if he had teleported. In the sky, an old man in a luxurious robe revealed a somewhat puzzled expression on his face. He seemed to be somewhat puzzled that he could actually grab Yi Shiwen to death. This little bastard is so fast! The old man in luxurious robe, who was also Yi Jianzhong, revealed a somewhat dignified expression on his face. Then he revealed a somewhat ferocious expression, which was exceptionally strange. No wonder you dare to fight against the Golden Jade Pavilion. You must be tired of living. He directly took a step forward and directly chased in the direction of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, hand over the 9 revolutions Taishan Golden Pill, or you will not be able to escape today. Yi Jianzhong roared, and the sound wave directly turned into a huge saber that directly slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Break! Yi Shiwen roared. The chi saber was directly broken before it could slash Yi Shiwen's body. However, taking advantage of this time, Yi Jianzhong had already caught up to Yi Shiwen and was almost in front of him. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from Yi Shiwen's body. His figure instantly turned into a ball of wind and thunder power, directly escaping from the range of his attack. Boom! 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 Yi Jianzhong kept trying to grab Yi Shiwen, but every time he was about to catch Yi Shiwen's back, Yi Shiwen would escape. He couldn't catch Yi Shiwen at all. He suddenly became furious because Yi Shiwen was walking too leisurely, as if he didn't care about his attack at all. Yi Shiwen was walking leisurely in the void. In just a short time, he disappeared thousands of miles away in front of everyone's eyes. The more Yi Shiwen walked leisurely, the angrier he became, and he was horrified to find that Yi Shiwen's speed was getting faster and faster. Even Yi Shiwen had slowly and gradually escaped from his range. However, he didn't know that when he was still in the Transcendent Realm, Yi Shiwen once used tricks to escape from the North Mountain Clan Chief. Now, Yi Shiwen's strength was many times stronger than before. Naturally, it was not the same as before. Yi Shiwen's speed was also getting faster and faster. Even if he hadn't opened the Tempest Wings, his speed was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. In an instant, he was as fast as lightning. Even if there was a Law Manifestation Peak Master behind him, he still couldn't catch up to him. Slowly, Yi Jianzhong behind him was getting farther and farther away, and he slowly disappeared. Chapter 1239. Yi Shiwen escaped from Yi Jianzhong's pursuit, but for Yi Shiwen, this was just the beginning. He still underestimated the power of Golden Jade Pavilion in this law enforcement heavenly prison. Yi Jianzhong himself was one of the deacon elders in charge of the entire Yi clan's law enforcement heavenly prison. Although he was only responsible for internal surveillance, his power was still very great. When necessary, he could mobilize the power of Yi clan to do personal things for him. such an elder actually surrendered to Golden Jade Pavilion. It was completely imaginable how powerful Golden Jade Pavilion was in the law enforcement heavenly prison. No matter where Yi Shiwen went, it seemed that he could always be discovered quickly. There was no way to really escape the pursuit of Golden Jade Pavilion. This also made Yi Shiwen look at Yi clan's power in the law enforcement heavenly prison with a whole new level of respect. Originally, he thought that Yi clan was in a state of laissez-faire with the law enforcement heavenly prison. But now he discovered that Yi clan had never stopped monitoring the law enforcement heavenly prison. It could even be said that the power in the dark was far beyond those people's imagination. In this case, even if those criminals planned to riot, it was impossible to escape from Yi clan's attack. This was the most terrifying thing. Therefore, although the Yi family seemed to have a small number of people in the heavenly law enforcement prison and was isolated, they had always been in control of the situation. It was just like how Sun Wukong could not escape from the palm of the Buddha, no matter how powerful he was. However, what made Yi Shiwen helpless was that this control over the law enforcement heavenly prison had now been used to hunt him down. Many resources were being used. No matter where Yi Shiwen went, he felt that someone was monitoring him. There was no way at all. He did not dare to stay in any place for a long time. This time, Golden Jade Pavilion seemed to be crazy. They simply intended to force Yi Shiwen to hand over the 9 revolutions Taishan Golden Pill. There was no negotiation at all. If Yi Shiwen did not hand it over, they might chase him to the ends of the earth. If it was only the Golden Jade Pavilion, then it would have been fine. But in addition to the Golden Jade Pavilion, there were also some organizations of the younger generation that were secretly targeting him. Although they were not as open as the Golden Jade Pavilion, but it also caused him to have almost no place to stand. Even if others disliked Golden Jade Pavilion, they did not want to stand in front of them when Golden Jade Pavilion was a little crazy, because it was equivalent to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. And the news that Yi clan was hunting Yi Shiwen had gradually spread to those sinners, because whether it was the Golden Jade Pavilion or other forces, among these sinners they had great influence and had their own spokespersons. So, when they were hunting Yi Shiwen, they had also used these resources. These things couldn't be hidden from them at all. Soon, they knew that some forces of the Yi family were targeting a certain person. Although they didn't know the reason, it still alarmed the major forces among the sinners. They also began to desperately inquire about this matter. Soon, they were Yi clan's clan, Yi clan's clan. Yi clans, Yi clans Yi. Clans Shiwen soon spread, clan Yi, because they had already stepped into the heaven tier. This 9 revolutions golden core was too inferior, and its allure to them was greatly reduced. Most importantly, these heaven tier experts were almost all on the Yi clan's watch list. Any slight movement could cause the Yi clan to suppress them, so they didn't dare to make a move. Moreover, who knew what kind of attitude the Yi clan had towards Yi Shiwen? Only a part of the Yi clan's forces were attacking Yi Shiwen. But if they also joined in, then it would be different, because those people who had chased Yi Shiwen before were the Yi clan's people. In other words, they were their own people, and this was the Yi clan's internal matter. But who were these criminals? Since when did the Yi family put them in their eyes? If they didn't need such a place to train the Yi family's children, they would have been slaughtered long ago. They were like monsters in a dungeon. If they dared to make a move, maybe the Yi clan would send a big shot to suppress them. They were clear about this. But even if these big shots in the heaven tier didn't make a move, it didn't mean that other small forces wouldn't make a move. These people had less scruples. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. They didn't think about the Yi clan's attitude at all. They really thought that the Yi clan let the heavenly law enforcement prison be. Some of them didn't even put the Yi clan in their eyes at all. At this time, they all made a move against Yi Shiwen. Although these were only small forces, it would be a big mistake to underestimate them because of this. Among these people, there were many masters in the 7th and 8th realms of the Transcendence realm. Only the masters in the 9th realms of the Transcendence realm could become the leader of their forces. Although they didn't intend to lower their status to make a move against Yi Shiwen, a junior in their eyes. However, just the number of their subordinates was enough to make Yi Shiwen unable to bear the consequences. In this more than a month, Yi Shiwen almost didn't have any time to rest. He was constantly staying and then changing places. Therefore, even though his cultivation had 1 foot in the threshold of the 5th realm of the Transcendence realm, he couldn't cross over. This was also what made Yi Shiwen very depressed, because he didn't have enough time to turn this accumulation into the motivation to break through in one fell swoop. But even so, during these 3 months of being hunted, Yi Shiwen still consolidated his cultivation to an unimaginable level. It could even be said that among the masters in the 7th realm of the Transcendence realm, he couldn't find any opponents at all. Even among the masters in the 8th realm of the Transcendence realm, as long as they were not the top masters, Yi Shiwen could barely fight with them and not lose immediately. These 3 months could be considered to not have passed in vain. In a forest, everywhere was a scene of desolation. Because of the lack of spiritual energy, the soil here had changed from a barren desert to a desert. Many places had already become sandy. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, 2 tyrannical figures crossed the sky, but they were 2 ferocious-looking sinners. There were traces of the Yi family on their bodies that were difficult to erase. Damn, where did Yi Shiwen go? Didn't he say he was here? Why can't I see him again? One of the fierce-looking sinners said with some depression, Damn, this Yi Shiwen is like a slippery loach. We can't catch him at all. We 2 brothers have been tracking him for a whole month, and we can't find him most of the time. If it wasn't for the Yi family's power, it would be impossible to find him. The other also said with some depression, If we let others find him first, then we won't have a share. If we can find this kid, we must first skin him and pull out his tendons, then torture him to find out where the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill is. Well, that's right. We have fallen into this situation today because of the Yi family. If it wasn't for them, we 2 brothers would still be free and unfettered outside. How could we suffer here? The first ferocious sinner said. Now the only way is to find this kid, and then seize the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. We 2 brothers will hide again and come out when we have cultivated to the celestial being realm. At that time, we will also be big shots in this heavenly law enforcement prison. We can have whatever we want, and we can still be free and unfettered in this heavenly law enforcement prison. It's much better than living under someone else's roof. Yes, these are all caused by the Yi family. Now, we're just asking for some interest. Go, chase him. We can't let him run away. Otherwise, with so many people attacking him, we won't have a chance. The 2 tyrannical figures quickly disappeared in the air. After a long time after they left, the sand on the ground that originally didn't seem to have the slightest abnormality began to slowly separate, revealing a figure lying in it. It was Yi Shiwen. He straightened his body and stood up directly. His eyes looked at the 2 disappearing sinners in the sky. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. These 2 people were called the Gue Bien Duo. They were a pair of brothers, and they were extremely powerful. They were already at the peak of the 8th level of the Transcendence realm. Even Yi Shiwen was not a match for them. He could only constantly dodge. When they were outside, they were already famous. However, this reputation was notorious. It was because they committed many evil deeds outside and specialized in harming their clansmen. Finally, they were captured by the Yi family. After these 2 brothers entered the law enforcement heavenly prison, they were basically evil and difficult to change. Soon, they also became the target of the Yi family's pursuit. However, because of their tyrannical strength, they escaped every time. This time, after knowing the news of the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, they immediately came from afar and specifically chased after Yi Shiwen. For a full month, the 2 brothers persevered like maggots in the tarsal bone. He couldn't get rid of them at all, which made Yi Shiwen very depressed. This time, they directly chased him for 3 days and 3 nights. If Yi Shiwen hadn't hidden in the sand and concealed all his aura with a restraining breath technique, he might not have been able to get rid of these 2 brothers. Many times, because of the higher the cultivation, many people relied more on their own spiritual sense to explore. Instead, they didn't rely too much on their eyes. Otherwise, they would still be able to find some clues. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. At worst, he would enter the state of escape again. This was nothing at all. It would be fine once he got used to it. He looked around. During this time, because he had to constantly avoid the pursuit of the Gui Bien twin clowns, he didn't know where he went in the Enforcer Heavenly Prison. This kind of situation was very common recently. Sometimes he didn't even know where he was. However, before he could continue to explore, suddenly there was a very loud roar of exotic beasts in the distance. Yi Shiwen's figure moved and directly rushed over there. Chapter 1240. Roar! 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 The roars of strange beasts came from afar. Yi Shiwen's silhouette was like a lightning bolt, and instantly arrived at that place. He saw that it was a valley, and the entire valley was surrounded by 3,000 feet high cliffs on 3 sides. This valley was very large and seemed to have a radius of several hundred miles. At this time, in this valley, countless terrifying exotic beasts were roaring one after another. Those terrifying roars rushed straight to the sky, like a sharp blade cutting through the sky. At a glance, it was unknown whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of terrifying exotic beasts in the valley. Even the weakest among them was at the law manifestation realm level, occupying one side. Thousands of exotic beasts at the law manifestation realm gathered together and occupied one side. How terrifying was it? Those who had not seen it with their own eyes would not be able to feel that kind of horror. In particular, once those exotic beasts attacked, the terrifying scene when tens of thousands of horses galloped could almost be compared to a major natural disaster. As far as Yi Shiwen's eyes could see, those exotic beasts were divided into 2 square formations. Under the leadership of 2 fierce beasts with terrifying aura, they looked at each other coldly. One of them was an extremely terrifying fierce beast, like an elephant-like fierce beast. Its whole body was wrapped in bones, and its figure was more than 10 meters high. From a distance, it looked like a small mountain. The other was an ape-like exotic beast. It walked upright on both feet, and the bones of its whole body were turned out as if it was wearing armor. During this period of time, Yi Shiwen was not as ignorant as before in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Everyone called these special exotic beasts in the law enforcement heavenly prison bone beast because their whole body was wrapped up. It was as if they were wearing pieces of armor. It was impossible for an ordinary person to break the bone armor and injure the insides. These 2 terrifying bone beasts were very terrifying at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. They could almost be regarded as the peak of the law manifestation realm. Even compared with people like Yi Jianzhong and the North Mountain clan chief, they were not at a disadvantage. In particular, the fighting style of these bone beasts was completely physical combat. Because there was a lack of spiritual qi in the law enforcement heavenly prison, it was impossible for them to be like those human warriors who could casually blast out magnificent martial arts attacks. But at the same time, because they could only use their bodies to attack, their physical attacks had also reached a terrifying level. A casual strike of theirs could produce the same effect as a martial artist using all of their quintessential essence. Their qi and blood were even more terrifying. Their vigorous qi and blood could almost be seen all over the sky. This kind of vigorous qi and blood was the nemesis of some evil martial arts. So some warriors who practiced evil martial arts were completely tragic after entering the law enforcement heavenly prison. These bone beasts were very difficult to deal with. Now, these bone beasts at the law manifestation realm made Yi Shiwen feel a little scared. Beside these 2 fierce beasts, there were also a large number of law manifestation realm fierce beasts. even bone beasts at the 8th level of law, manifestation realm. It could be said that this was a battle to the death between the two fierce beasts. Yi Shiwen did not know why they actually gathered here, and it seemed that they did not hesitate to fight to the death. However, what Yi Shiwen did not expect was that the Gue Bien duo, who had originally left, actually appeared here. The two brothers were also lying in ambush, not far away. Their eyes flashed as they looked at the scene in front of them, and a bit of greed flashed across their faces. Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. He restrained the aura on his body with the restraining breath technique and hid in the void. Although he could not hide in the secondary plane, it was enough to hide. With Yi Shiwen's current skill and understanding of the restraining breath technique, as long as he hid, unless he was discovered first, then basically no one would be able to discover his hiding place. Just a moment ago, he had escaped from the Gue Bien duo's pursuit. Big brother, you said that this is the divine, desolate blood fruit. The younger brother of the Gue Bien duo stared straight at the two sides in the valley, and there was a bit of greed on his face. That's right, it is the divine, desolate blood fruit. I did not expect to see the divine, desolate blood fruit here. It is really a blessing from the heavens. The elder brother of the Gue Bien duo also stared straight at the valley. It is said that this divine, desolate blood fruit can only be produced by watering it with the blood of countless bone beasts. Only one fruit will appear every 100 years. Once consumed, one's cultivation will rapidly advance by leaps and bounds. When Yi Shiwen heard the words divine, desolate blood fruit, his body suddenly trembled. It was actually the divine, desolate blood fruit. Just like the Gue Bien duo, Yi Shiwen was also tempted. The divine, desolate blood fruit was famous even in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. This was because this kind of heavenly treasure was very rare in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Even the spiritual energy on the main roads of the ancient Barrens continent could not compare to it. How could a heavenly treasure be produced in this kind of environment? This was because heavenly treasures could produce different effects due to the different energy they absorbed. However, the prerequisite was that they must have energy. It was impossible without energy. Therefore, the heavenly treasures produced in the law enforcement heavenly prison were very few. The divine, desolate blood fruit was one of the best among them. Its fame was simply unimaginable because the divine, desolate blood fruit's production method was very bloody. It was watered with the blood and corpses of countless exotic beasts. Every time the divine, desolate blood fruit appeared, it would attract a large number of exotic beasts to fight for it. Each time there would be heavy casualties, and these dead exotic beasts would become the nourishment for the next divine, desolate blood fruit. It would not end without the death of 2,000 to 3,000 exotic beasts every time. Even if it did not reach this number, the 2 exotic beast commanders would probably order their subordinate bone beasts to die in order to obtain the nourishment needed for the next divine, desolate blood fruit to bloom and bear fruit. This world was cruel to begin with. Although those bone beast commanders weren't very smart, their intelligence wasn't low. They had lived for thousands of years and had long since become wily. If they really treated them like wild beasts, they wouldn't even know when they would die. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen could not help but have a feeling that his eyes lit up. Although the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill was good, it would be a waste if he did not consume it when he was about to break into the celestial realm. If it was not for the critical moment, Yi Shiwen did not want to waste the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. If the spirit crystals were wasted, he could rob them again. However, if the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill was wasted, there would be no more. Could he expect the family to give him another one? If it was that easy, there would not be so many people who risked being blamed by the family head to kill him. It was not suitable to consume the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill now, but the desolate blood divine fruit was very suitable. If he could have the desolate blood divine fruit, it would be a piece of cake for Yi Shiwen to step into the 5th heaven of the transcendence realm. However, All of this required careful planning, not to mention the two terrifying beasts. Even the Gui Bien double clowns could pose a very big threat to Yishiwen and might even kill him. His eyes flashed with all kinds of brilliance. Thousands of plans were madly calculated in his mind. With the help of the mysterious space, every plan could be deduced in an instant. The possible failures were also eliminated bit by bit. As the plan became more and more clear, his eyes brightened and he looked more and more confident. He looked at the center of the valley and became more and more certain. While Yi Shiwen was calculating, the many-boned beasts in the valley began to feel more and more uneasy. As the time of the desolate, blood divine fruit's birth approached, the air seemed to be filled with a kind of bloody fragrance. This was the smell of the desolate, blood divine fruit. After smelling this smell, the two bone beast commanders suddenly became excited from their crouching posture. They no longer had the lazy look they had before. Roar! The huge bone elephant let out a deafening roar and swung its huge trunk in the air, creating a huge crack on the ground. Many of the bone beasts on the side of the bone ape were shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 apertures and died on the spot. The elephant's trunk was originally the weakest part, but because it was wrapped in bones, it became very tyrannical. Although there were no spiritual fluctuations, this attack was not inferior to an all-out attack from an expert of the same level. Roar! At this time, the bone ape also seemed to be stimulated. It let out a loud roar, and the bone beasts under its command began to become restless. Immediately after, the bone ape seemed to have issued some kind of command, and the bone beasts under its command began to dig their claws and charge towards the other side. At this time, the bone elephant on the other side also began to issue orders. The two extremely large waves of vicious beasts collided with each other like two huge waves. The scene was extremely shocking. Even Yi Shiwen felt his blood boiling when he saw it from afar. Because there was no spiritual energy, they could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. Therefore, when these two huge waves of bone beasts charged, it was like a white bone army charging. Those bone beasts that charged the fastest were like waves, smashed instantly, and then sent flying into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just a barbaric and desolate collision of power. Even top experts like the Gui Bien duo's complexion changed greatly when they saw this scene. Under such a terrifying collision, they would be crushed into pieces in an instant. Only Yi Shiwen felt his blood boiling when he saw the scene. He couldn't wait to go down and fight. He didn't know if it was the influence of the star beast's bloodline in his body, or if he was inclined towards such a hot-blooded battle. In this short moment of collision, hundreds of bone beasts were directly smashed to death, and countless more were injured. And at this time, the two bone beast commanders finally began to fight. Chapter 1241. It fought in the same way as other bone beasts, relying on its tyrannical bone armor to resist attacks. However, Yi Shiwen saw this scene, and his complexion changed because he felt an incomparably powerful martial art from the attack of this bone ape. Although it was not as gorgeous as the attack of human warriors, Yi Shiwen's complexion changed almost instantly when he saw this scene because he felt a kind of incomparably powerful martial art from the attack of this bone ape. Although it was not as gorgeous as the attack of human warriors, there was a kind of feeling of returning to the natural state. However, there was a feeling of returning to the natural state. Because there was no way to enhance it with spirit chi, he could only study skills. This bone ape's martial arts skills were probably above many human warriors. Coupled with its tyrannical body and exuberant chi and blood, the power of this punch was absolutely great. Yi Shiwen thought that if his tyrant body was hit by this punch, perhaps even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was something that could not be helped. Roar! The bone elephant directly roared and then directly swung its huge trunk. It was like a huge whip that instantly cut through the sky and fiercely met the attack. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was heard. The bone armor attached to the bodies of both sides were very hard and could not be easily broken. This time, the bone ape was directly sent flying. Although Yi Shiwen also possessed extraordinary strength, but compared to the skeletal elephant, there was still some disparity. However, his posture was more flexible, and each of his punches and kicks contained the might of martial arts, which was extraordinary. Therefore, although it seemed as if he had been sent flying, but in the eyes of an expert like Yi Shiwen, that blow a moment ago was absolutely on par with Yi Shiwen's. Yi Shiwen had directly borrowed the power of the void to offset that force, so that it couldn't hurt his body. That bone elephant was not going to let go. It directly ran with its terrifying legs. Some of the bone beasts in front of it did not have time to dodge and were directly sent flying. One after another, they spouted blood. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed on the spot. From this, it could be seen that the bone ape just now was not an ordinary person. It was already very difficult for it to not lose when fighting against the bone elephant, which had boundless strength. Yi Shiwen would probably be able to compete with this skeletal elephant. After all, no matter how powerful this skeletal elephant was, it wasn't an ancient bloodline. There was no way for it to be compared with the tyrant body. It only had a tyrannical body. There was nothing too magical about it. Yi Shiwen was able to compete with the legendary physique. It was simply not the same thing. The moment the bone ape was sent flying, it pounced on him again. It did not give him any time to escape. It was another round of punches. Although it looked like a random punch, it contained the principle of killing an experienced master with a random punch. Under such a random punch, even those who were proficient in various martial arts could not withstand such a random punch. This routine was suitable for people with extraordinary strength and exuberant qi and blood. Sometimes even Yi Shiwen was also like this. No matter what kind of martial arts moves he used, he would always bully his opponents because their strength was not as great as his and his speed was not as fast as his. That was true. The skeletal elephant also shook its long trunk and directly swung the power of the shadowless whip. Even the naked eye could not see its movements. It directly lashed the whip towards the bone ape. This movement was extremely fast, although its body was not very flexible. Its trunk was abnormally flexible. Bang! The bone ape nimbly dodged. The ground was directly drawn out, a terrifying crack that was hundreds of meters long. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Yi Shiwen looked at the battle between the two bone beasts from afar. There was nothing fake about the battle between them. There was only a terrifying physical confrontation. This was in fact the most in line with Yi Shiwen's taste. However, he did not dare to rush out now. Once he was targeted by the two bone beast armies, he would be dead. The killing continued. However, Yi Shiwen knew that it was not over yet. This was because the nourishment needed for the next desolate blood, holy fruit, had not been collected. This was like some kind of ceremony. It was very cruel and bloody, but it was necessary. Surviving in the law enforcement, heavenly prison was extremely cruel. No bone beast dared to approach the center of the battle between these two fierce beasts. Once they approached, they might be killed by them. Compared to these two bone beasts at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, the other bone beasts were too weak. It even made people feel that they were not on the same level at all. Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn. He was afraid that these two bone beasts were not far from the half-step celestial realm. If these two bone beasts swallowed the desolate blood, holy fruit this time, then breaking through to the half-step celestial realm would be inevitable. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to snatch the food from the hands of the two bone beasts. Big brother, these two bone beasts are too powerful. It will not be easy for us to snatch it. At this time, not far in front of Yi Shiwen, the younger of the Gui Bian, Duo Cho said. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew very well that the two brothers were only at the peak of the 8th level of the law manifestation realm. Compared to these two bone beasts at the peak of the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, there was obviously a huge gap. If the two of us join forces, we can still block these two bone beasts for a short period of time. When the time comes, we can snatch the desolate blood, holy fruit, and leave. As long as we get rid of the pursuit of these two bone beasts, we can find a place to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. By then, Yi Shiwen will not be able to escape from our hands at all. The 9 revolutions, Tai Xian Golden Pill, will also be ours. Ha ha ha! Do you think this is God's blessing for us? These bone beasts are also very cunning. Usually, even in such a large-scale battle, humans will rarely see them, let alone the cultivation of this desolate blood holy fruit. Although the process is a little bloody, it is still very effective. The elder of the Gui Bian, Duo Cho, said with a little excitement. It was as if he could see the day when he had entered the celestial realm and could summon the wind and rain in the law enforcement heavenly prison. That's really wishful thinking. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He had heard all these words. It was ridiculous that these two brothers wanted to scheme against him, but they did not know that Yi Shiwen was behind them. This was almost like asking a tiger for its skin. The Gui Bian, Duo Cho, had been chasing him for a whole month. Between the two sides, there was already no end. As long as he had the opportunity, he would definitely not let these two scourges go. Just as Yi Shiwen was slowly calculating, the frenzied battle of the experts also gradually came to a stop. In such a short period of time, thousands of bone beasts had died tragically on the spot. The corpses were almost piled up like a mountain, and a full 1/3 of the bone beasts had died tragically on the spot. These bone beasts were huge in size and had a lot of blood in their bodies. With so many dead, the blood flowed like a river, but the strange thing was that the blood was almost absorbed by the ground in a very short period of time, as if it had completely seeped into the ground. And at this time, the two sides finally stopped this crazy killing. They stood on the corpses and stared at each other like tigers watching their prey, as if waiting for something. Yi Shiwen waited for almost another quarter of an hour, and the entire ground began to hum. On the ground, a green sphere grew from the ground. The moment it appeared, the bone beasts that were originally quiet suddenly became restless. All of them stood up at once, especially the two bone beast commanders at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. Their eyes suddenly widened. Although they were in the form of beasts, their intelligence was not low. They were very clear what this meant. And at this moment, the green sphere was wrapped in many leaves. After these green leaves opened one by one, there was a bright red fruit in the center. It was delicate and beautiful, and it was the size of a fist. That kind of bright red had a kind of enchanting feeling. This was the enchanting feeling that was watered by blood. It was different from the ordinary bright red color. It was unknown how many bone beasts had died tragically to really irrigate such a beautiful color. Roar! 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 There was a burst of messy beast roars, and those bone beasts suddenly went crazy. Seeing this, they instantly began to rush towards the desolate blood holy fruit. In particular, the skeletal elephant and the skeletal ape took the lead and flew towards the desolate blood divine fruit in a frenzy. Although they could not fly, their speed was extremely fast as lightning. It was no better than flying, and they directly rushed forward. And at this time, Yi Shiwen only heard Gui Bian, Cho in front of him shouting, "Attack! Let's work together and snatch the desolate blood holy fruit." And just when those bone beasts were about to reach the desolate blood holy fruit, the bone ape was even faster and directly grabbed the desolate blood holy fruit. Just when it was about to grab it, it saw a terrifying attack coming from the sky. A huge torrent of energy fell from the sky, and it actually almost killed the bone ape. The bone ape hadn't expected such a sudden attack. However, it was much stronger than the bone ape, so it reacted in an instant. It stepped on the ground, and its body turned into nothingness. It jumped out from a distance and dodged the attack. Boom! The attack fiercely hit the desolate blood holy fruit, and countless smoke and dust rose up. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the desolate blood, holy fruit, did not seem to have suffered any attack, and there was not the slightest change. It was still so delicate and beautiful, but even so, this sudden attack made the bone ape suddenly burn with anger. It was an old ape that had lived for thousands of years, and it could be considered as an old ape. What kind of scene had it not seen? Almost in an instant, it almost judged that it was a human who had attacked. Only those humans in this world could use spirit chi attack methods that surprised it. It constantly roared, and its eyes swept around as if it was looking for the real attacker. Attack! Accompanied by a roar, two figures directly appeared in the crowd of bone beasts. Chapter 1242. It was the Gue Bien twin clowns. They wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. They were really bold because there were not only two terrifying bone beasts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, but there were also many bone beasts at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm. Roar! The bone ape was the first to react. It blasted out a punch, and the terrifying power shook the air, causing it to collapse instantly. It tore a huge crack in the air, as if a ferocious beast had opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the Gue Bien duo. Break for me! The Gue Bien twin clowns quickly shouted. The two of them joined forces, and a terrifying power leaped out from their bodies. It soared into the sky and directly shattered the incoming fist force. Since they had decided to fight for it, they had already expected such a situation to happen. Although the two of them were no match for the experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, at least they wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Their figures were still constantly advancing, wanting to get closer to the desolate blood divine fruit. At this time, a huge trunk that was like a small mountain smashed down in their direction. If they insisted on rushing forward, they would be smashed into a meat patty. It was the skeletal elephant that made a move. Other than them, the group of experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm also reacted extremely quickly. In the next second, they attacked the Gue Bien twin clowns. The situation of the Gue Bien twin clowns suddenly turned bad. It was almost a dead end. Not to mention the two experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Even the bone beasts at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm were not inferior to them. It was extremely difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Just at the moment when they were about to be hit by the trunk of the skeletal elephant, the Gue Bien twin clowns reacted almost instantly and stopped in their tracks. Boom! The huge trunk cracked the ground. The unimaginably terrifying power made the Gue Bien twin clowns' expressions change. Although they were prepared, such a terrifying power still made their expressions change slightly. If they were hit directly, all the bones in their body would be smashed. There wouldn't be a single intact bone. However, they only paused for a moment. After the elephant's trunk hit the ground, they began to rush over frantically again. Roar! 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 These bone beasts were almost completely enraged in an instant. These two humans really didn't know what was good for them. Immediately, the bones on their bodies shot out like bullets. Shoo! 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 Countless bones were thrown out like bullets, forming a rain of bullets in the sky, all of which went towards the Gue Bien Duo Cho, although they didn't have the means of mobilizing Ling Chi like human warriors. But the bones on their bodies were the best long-range attack means. They could easily throw these bones dozens of kilometers away, just like the tiger-shaped beast that Yi Shiwen had encountered that day. Although thousands of bone beasts had died in battle before, there were still thousands of them left. The densely packed bones formed a sky curtain like a rain of bullets, bombarding down in an overwhelming manner. Almost at the same time, Yi Shiwen discovered that several similar green flower buds had begun to grow near the original desolate blood divine fruit. There was more than one desolate blood divine fruit. Yi Shiwen now finally understood why the Gue Bien Duo Cho dared to attack. If there was only one desolate blood divine fruit, they would undoubtedly be courting death by attacking like this. This army of bone beasts would definitely not let them go. After all, there was only one desolate, blood, divine fruit in total. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. No one could bear the anger of these bone beasts. Even Yi Shiwen wouldn't do such a thing if he couldn't do it. Although cultivation was very important, no matter what, it was not as important as his own life. At this time, the eldest of the Guebian duo, Cho, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that he had activated some kind of secret technique. The blood essence in his body instantly ignited. He turned around and spread out his hands. An invisible wave emerged from his hands, forming a chi wall. Puff! 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 In an instant, the bone bullets hit the chi wall, but there was no way for them to penetrate it. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for the second brother of the Gue Bien Duo Cho. He almost ignored everything behind him and flew to the desolate blood, divine fruit that had already bloomed. He directly split the barrier of the desolate blood, divine fruit and snatched the desolate blood, divine fruit. Go quickly. I will help you block it for a while. The eldest brother of the Gue Bien Duo, Cho, quickly shouted. At this time, a strange flush appeared on his face. His forehead was also densely covered with cold sweat. It was obvious that he had used all his strength to support this chi wall, even if it was only for a short moment. The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo, Cho, didn't hesitate and directly rushed out with the desolate blood, divine fruit. He almost disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. The long trunk of the bone elephant suddenly elongated and directly smashed out a 10-meter-tall small mountain. Then, with lightning speed, it directly shot out like a meteor. Although the movements of the second brother of the Gue Bien Duo Cho were also very fast, he still couldn't outrun the small mountain and was directly smashed head-on. Puff! The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo Cho spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his internal organs were completely shattered, and who knew how many bones in his back were smashed. Fortunately, his spine was not smashed. But even so, his figure slightly swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Second brother. When the eldest brother of the Gue Bien Duo Cho saw that the second brother was almost smashed to death by the small mountain, he immediately roared and increased the strength of his obstruction. These losses were all anticipated beforehand. How could it be possible to snatch food from the tiger's mouth without paying a price? The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo Cho directly left the scene without looking back. Behind him were the many angry roars of the bone beasts. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. These things sounded simple, but just now, if they had made the slightest mistake, they would have been buried. In fact, just now, they just took advantage of the fact that these bone beasts did not know, so they were caught off guard. Who? Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in the space. Like a wild beast, it was undoubtedly the most sensitive time when it was injured, because it was the time when it was least confident. Moreover, it was such a serious injury. He could feel that all of his internal organs had been shattered. If he hadn't used all his strength to block the attack, it wouldn't have been just broken. It would have been completely crushed into powder. The strength of that skeletal elephant was truly terrifying. The strength to uproot mountains and rivers was definitely not a joke. He did not know how many bones in his body were broken. Even since his debut, this was one of the few injuries he had suffered. But these injuries were all within his expectations. As long as he could obtain the desolate blood, holy fruit, everything would be worth it. How could he not be sensitive at this time? TSK, TSK, you are much more sensitive than before. I didn't expect you to find me. But then he heard a clear, teasing voice coming from the void, and a figure gradually flashed out. Yi Shiwen, it's you? The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo widened his eyes. He did not expect that the person who ambushed him here would turn out to be the prey they had been chasing for more than a month. Yi Shiwen, you didn't expect it, right? Sometimes life is so wonderful. A second ago you were still the hunter, but now you are going to become my prey. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. You really have guts. Do you think you're a match for me? Even if I am seriously injured, I am not someone you can covet. Moreover, when my eldest brother arrives, you will be dead. The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo also said with a stern expression. No one knew his current situation better than himself. Now, he could only try to scare Yi Shiwen as much as possible and wait for his eldest brother to come out before making plans. And you are right. When your eldest brother comes out, then the problem will be tricky. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said immediately, So, you can go to hell now. Yi Shiwen stepped out, and his figure directly turned into a ball of golden lightning, instantly appearing in front of the second brother of the Gue Bien Duo. Shattering Star Fist, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and countless stars entwined on it. It evolved into a huge star and directly blasted down. So fast! Even though the Gue Bien Duo already knew that Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast in the past month, they now found that Yi Shiwen's speed seemed to be even faster. No, he soon discovered to his horror that it was not that Yi Shiwen's speed was faster, but after he was injured, his reaction speed was obviously not as fast as before. It was his strength that had declined. Bang! He only had time to spread his hands and create a chi wall in front of his chest, but Yi Shiwen's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The fist energy directly crushed his chi wall into pieces, and then fiercely hit his body. Puff! He directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was directly dented by Yi Shiwen's fist. His sternum was completely shattered and turned into powder. The strength of Yi Shiwen's fist was unimaginable. How can this be? The second brother of the Gue Bien Duo looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen, who was originally their prey, would become so terrifying. This is impossible. Yi Shiwen, who is only at the 4th level of Law Manifestation Realm, can actually seriously injure him. Even if he is seriously injured, this shouldn't be possible. Go to hell and think about it. Yi Shiwen sneered. He took another step forward, and the boundless star power condensed on his fist once again. Stop! An angry roar came from afar. It was the eldest brother of the Gue Bien Duo who arrived.